All right, let's go ahead and check YouTube, see if we're broadcasting. Okay. And there's the check. So I'll mute that. And we'll have to wait later on uh, in the summer. We'll see right after the 4th of July if they're gonna bring out the McRib. Haven't heard of it. Not here. In LA, it's kind of an iffy thing. It pops up when it pops up. McRib is like McRib is like Apple. They do what they want to do when they get ready to do it. What's up, Tapper Supreme? I'm listening. We here? What's going on? Valeri, what up? Where are you at, Valeri? Are you in Nigeria? Are you in Poland? No, it's not about OnlyFans. It's about everything. It could be about anything you want. But uh, but only I've done a couple of videos on OnlyFans weeks back, and I knew it's either going to. I knew this is probably what's going to happen because as the more popular people came in, they were going to push the smaller people out, or where they wouldn't make any money. What's up, Dardar? What's up, Raymond? Thank you. Yeah, you know what? That radio announcer told me that when I was like 15. But Rudy getting his license has been over a big lie. Which Rudy? Dave Child, what's going on? Chris, Enhanced, Racer X, what's up? Age of the Diesel. It's coming. Okay. Oh, Hungary. Yeah. Yeah, I have a friend. He just got married. He went to Uganda, just got married. On the infrastructure bill, we have to see when it gets passed. They're going to need it because they're behind. Oh, Juliana. Oh, Rudy. Okay. 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 Rudy Giuliani. Okay. I haven't. I haven't kept up with Rudy. Well, I'm sure he got paid, man. He went all out for Trump. He got paid. I wouldn't feel sorry for him. Not about Popeyes. But they have a new chicken sandwich. I didn't know about that. AB, what's up? Obadiah, what's up? Thank you, Tampa. Power strokes easels. You're gonna hear power strokes. You're gonna get the single stroke. You can get all kind of strokes once they're out there. Yeah, well, hey, it's coming. It's probably halfway there. Just depending on where you shop. What's going on, Kenshawn? Louis, what's up? Yeah, as far as what's going on it's just a matter of time, right? The government can only bail them out for so long, and in a lot of states, they're not bailing them out at all. Like they've cut the unemployment, the extra unemployment. They've they're allowing the evictions. California, they think they're trying to extend it in California, but Newsom said he's going to make all the landlords in the banks whole because, like I said, what's his name? Uh, Biden actually allotted 58 billion, for rent relief. So some states are going to use it, some states aren't. So your mileage may vary. Oh, no problem, Louis. $40 nation. Yeah, they can go back and forth with you. What the thing is that facts are facts. I don't think it'll go anywhere because they've done this before, but it never goes anywhere because Americans uh, uh, the guns to Americans are a religion. So you have a better chance of wiping out the Christian religion than you would guns. I listen to David Carroll sometimes. I only watch some of it. Talk about Kevin Samuels. Only watched some of it. I haven't watched the whole thing. I've watched parts of it, but that's Kevin's been saying that kind of stuff for years, man, long before the Men's Week. So a lot of stuff he was saying, I've already heard. Yeah, oats and grains ready. uh, what's up, Alan? Not really. I mean, Thursday, maybe a day early. But Shatterpoints are random anyway. Well, maybe. Only way Biden's going to step down for Kamala Harris is if he gets too sick. I don't think that's going to happen. Kamala Harris is actually a nod to what's his name, the billionaire. I'm trying to remember his name now, because I'm drawing a blank. But yeah, that's her. That's his girl. So that's how she. That's how she got in. But don't underestimate Biden at all. If you underestimate Biden, you're gonna wind up in prison. Okay, don't underestimate Biden. Biden is more akin to what's his name in the Game of Thrones, the old man. Well, yeah. The thing is, most of the guys that are over there actually agree with him. So the disagreements that will come up are pretty weak. The U.S. has more to worry about guns. They have more to control them. I don't understand. Guns are actually irrelevant for the most part. So, guns are actually want guns out of the street to keep random violence. If the U.S. actually wants to do something, guns are actually irrelevant. They don't need guns. The CDC might, but the thing is that in some states, the states don't have to adhere to it. Just like they didn't have to adhere to the whatchamacallit, to the federal unemployment. Kim's gonna bring a gay agenda with crossing legs of Sleepy Joe. Not really, but I think because you have bridges falling down, you have 5G just put in automation needs infrastructure, and you're behind. You're way behind China. I mean, way behind China. I love Cynthia McKinney. I haven't seen it yet. Do you don't thing is guns are irrelevant with modern technology. They don't need guns. They can kill thousands of they can find every person with a gun that's holed up in any area and kill them all without ever firing a shot if that's what they want to do. Hey, what's up, JL? No, you're gonna keep going. Basically, you're gonna keep doing the same thing. Cronyism has been around way before the Gen X and baby boomers. Cronyism is a human condition. I don't know. It's too early for that. I don't think so. I don't think Biden is even going to run in 2024. I would love to. I would love to see the Clippers actually get to the finals at least. I'd love to see the Clippers get to the finals, and I think them and Milwaukee will probably get to the finals. If I had to pick a couple, but you never know because this it's not a these the last two seasons aren't regular, so it's kind of hard to pick any particular winner. What I think happened to McAfee, I don't know. I don't know. He could have committed suicide. I don't know. He could have, or he could have did Epstein. Somebody could have helped him, assisted suicide. They don't really care, man. You guys they get scared and people buy guns and they make money. They're never going to get rid of guns. I haven't heard of these two guys, so I wouldn't even begin to. Never heard of them. I don't keep up. I don't keep up with that kind of stuff as much as I used to, especially ex-CIA guys and NASA guys. I don't keep up. I don't know. I don't know. It is their money, in a sense. Cash App was whacked. Okay, well, it happens, but they should have backups. Any banking system has some of the best backups in tech guys. So if they get plenty of money, they'll be all right. Hawks and Clippers book it. I wouldn't mind seeing the Hawks. I wouldn't mind seeing the Hawks. Hawks deserve to go. The Lakers, yeah, Lakers already had their playing with house money. They got theirs last year, last season, whatever they want to call it. So I'm good. Well, cool. The Clippers, the Clippers have enough talent. It's whether that talent will come to the fore. Well, basically, you do anything else if you're 40s and childless in a modern society. You live your life out. You don't need kids. Appreciate you, Jonathan. Guns are pretty. Yeah, they are. The weapons actually freed the war. There's actually a good series on BBC. I got to remember what the name of it is, though. Really good series. Talk about weapons going all the way back to the crossbow and the weapons, how weapons actually changed Europe. Oh, McAfee got whacked. Okay, I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. What McAfee was flying ointment. What's up, artisan? And go if since you're here, go ahead and put a link into your GoFundMe for the your comic book shop. They businesses, especially all you geeks that buy comics and paraphernalia. Um, Invest in him because he's gonna bring he brings a lot of inside information. It's just gonna get better. So go ahead and invest in him and put in your GoFundMe and your channel link. Everybody should be subscribed to Artisan MC, man. If you're a geek and you're into science fiction or comic books, you don't subscribe in black, don't subscribe to Artisan MC, you're tripping. One of the most knowledgeable people I've ever met. I haven't, I've been looking for the census, for the complete census, but the thing is, they haven't released all the information. Every time I look, it's only partial. There he is, officer of the goddamn law. There's James. What's up? Reinhardt. What's up? Chicago is Chicago, man. Well, we'll see if they can get healthy. It's all about health. It was foretold, man. There's nothing they could do about it. They gave it their all. But we can talk about that. That's something Carroll Quigley told them back in 1965. They've been fighting it for, it's really more like a 60-year war that they're losing, because he told them a long time ago. Well, that's what they say. I haven't, don't even watch TV. So, when I hear something, when you guys inform me of something, I try to look at it and see what I think about it. And I got too many books I got to get through, man, to even watch TV. I don't even watch. I love basketball. I'm not even watching basketball that much. No, nah, there won't be any war with China or Russia. We don't have the money. Aliens. Ain't that a bitch? Uh, K9, very little about K9. I hear what they say about it, what the left and right say about it, but I don't know that much about it. There's not that much written about it. I hear they're a right wing group, a right wing white supremacist group. That's what I hear, but there's a lot of them. So uh, I probably have to. The best person that has to listen to is probably Dave Emery at Spitfire List, and see what he says about K9, since he's been following these kind of groups for, God, 30 years. Uh, they'll try again. But the thing is that you got to see how it plays out with an election with the states. There's going to be a backlash, especially with Republican states. And K9 is the negative. Is K9 a company? What did they do? Is it a company? Because I know there's a is it a group? Is it a group? Is it a company? I don't know what it is. I mean, I've heard there was a group, and wasn't one of the guys at K9 got arrested or party behind the Yeah, I did see that clip. And I was in ROTC for maybe a year or two, and that's the way they think. They don't, man. Talking to a general about something about morality is useless. Okay, they don't back down, and in fact, you're not gonna come in and tell them what they need to do. Over the bullshit. Okay, when it comes to what they do. QAnon. I've heard it, but QAnon. I mean, you have lots of these different little groups, man. They're just one. It's a conspiracy theory movement. I mean, you have a lot of these little groups, man. When a lot of these splinter groups, and it's impossible to keep up with them. At least it is for me. They don't just go in and save children. There has to be an objective when they do that. You don't just send SEALs in to rescue children. They don't do that kind of stuff. Why are they pushing the LBG on children so hard? Because basically you're gonna have artificial wombs, and what the state needs from men and women to produce children won't be necessary anymore. So where you put your penis or vagina, whatever your parts are, or whether you put the parts on, take them off, doesn't make any difference anymore, because the state doesn't need you to reproduce. In 20 years, they're gonna have artificial wombs. They won't care what you do with it, because they can produce their own children. This kind of stuff is not new. Go back and read anything about ancient Rome. Try Caesar and Christ by William Durant. Okay, and basically this goes on all the time. This is not new. Greece started this shit, man. This ain't new. Buggering each other and deciding what kind of sex you're going to be, or being little boys be made eunuchs so they can marry, be sold off as wives to senators and stuff like that. That's nothing new. But why are they pushing it so hard? Because one, you got a lot of people on the left and the right that dig children. Okay, dig uh, not the pubescent children, but kids like like 12, 13, 14 years old. And that's the next play is the ultimate play is to lower the age of consent. Caesar and Christ, but Will Durant. It's a very you probably can find it online. You probably don't have to buy it. It's probably in PDF form. They want to throw the book at Chauvin, but I don't really know. Yeah, there's always genetic drift. That's the nature of that's the nature of nature. Okay, so species go extinct. Well, it could be. We don't know. Putin is. Got to remember, Putin is old, man. Putin is damn near 70 years old. He's not. He looks like he's young, but he's damn near 70, man. He probably won't be around that long. And that's why I said this stuff is based on old stuff, man. We've done videos on artificial wombs. If you want the basically Nicole actually did a whole video on artificial wombs and the machinery that goes into it. Stuff's already here. They haven't perfected it yet to mass produce it. Oh, okay. I haven't seen it yet. They exploited them, but and they destroyed natives. But that's I'm glad it's coming out. But you got to remember Africans. The Africans did a lot of that stuff to themselves because white people can't survive in that environment. In fact, there was I actually had an article I was going to read into the record where they talked about where the Europeans did try to go in, did try to wage war in Africa and capture slaves. They tried it twice, but things they got sick and they died or defeated. And so instead of trying to go in and conquer the continent, which they couldn't, they just went on and bought slaves directly. They actually went on and did the regular kind of business. In fact, I just finished the book by I forget what the professor's name. He talked about how a lot of the how Europeans actually use Africans to actually conquer each other, especially in the West, in places where they couldn't be, like the islands, like Cuba and Hispaniola, which became Haiti and Dominican Republic. They couldn't fight there, man. So they actually used African black people and mulattoes to actually fight those wars because they would lose like half of their troops if they tried that, man. In fact, I was just reading about that. We don't know, do we? We're gonna find out. You're asking me something that nobody can predict because it's never happened before. Yeah, well, that's what everybody says. Sorry. All right, bro. You know what? Somebody get sodomy and chicken, okay? Just the name. I got him. They didn't take over the White House, man. They're a tool, just like everybody else. If they had that much power, they wouldn't be cowering right now. They're running for the hills. In fact, they're turning state's evidence on each other right as we speak. They probably will. SYSB Messiah. Not actually, it's not. I talked to the guys. Those guys are not psyop. I actually talked to them. Now, well, he's gone now. He's not trolling, tripping. He's gone. Even before that, just the Africans and Europeans been fighting, going back and forth with each other for since what 1100 BC, when the Hittites came out of the hills of Turkey. Yeah, maybe Panther guys. You can, man, you on one tonight, man. The state will raise the kids. Who raises the kids now, Smirgo? No, Trump wouldn't. Trump's not going to jail. If they were to send him to jail, they would have sent him already. If he didn't go to jail for what he did on January 6th, he's not going to jail. Uh, he'd be in the grave before he went to jail. Presidents, either you kill them or either you kill them or you let them go. There's no in between with those kind of guys, because they're too dangerous. They know too much. You don't want to lock up a bitter old president in prison because he's got too many contacts and he knows too much. So you have one or two things: either you all right, there's a artisans GoFundMe, all you geeks, if you got $5, $10, whatever, go check him out. I know all you comic book fans. Days night walk. Yeah, a lot of homeless. Yeah, it's gonna be struggling. It's gonna happen. Like I said, art works. Works down the street from a stroll, so he knows, man. I don't go to the stroll anymore, so I can't do. Um, yeah, Smirkle's not having no kids unless Smirkle got some that he ain't telling us about. He might. Smirkle might need somebody else to help raise his kids. I haven't read the Black Jacobins. There's Artisans YouTube channel. Especially Loki is interesting because Loki is Black Pill. Loki's the other half of Black Pill. Okay, Loki is a narcissist, extreme narcissist, and so Loki is actually very Black Pill. Very interesting to see him basically wrangle with his Black Pill. Crypto's here to stay. The Chinese just have just released their own form of crypto, which is the digital yuan. So crypto's here to stay. It's just what form is it going to be in? We don't know. We don't know. Do we, Will? It's something that's never been tried before. What the best person for tech or streaming? There's actually one guy that I actually use. He's actually good with StreamYards and streaming because he does it for churches. He's out of Alabama. I just saw him on StreamYards. They're doing a special on him with StreamYards. What is his name? Let me find him. He's my boy. So Black dude, very good at streaming, expert. He's probably not as good as some other people, but the thing is, for us, uh, he tells you how to get the most out of your equipment. He's not as good as Epos Vox, but his name is Nugent. Is it Ted? That's not Ted. What is his name? I'll have to find it. Kirk. There he is. Kirk Nugent. So if you're a Black dude, you want to know about streaming, he does a pretty good job of with the software and the hardware. He's probably better at the hardware, especially when it comes to StreamYard. Yeah, Loki's a trickster, but the thing he's also a narcissist. But I'm saying how Loki actually plays out in this particular series. Let's see. I'm at 30-minute mark. Give me about 5 more minutes and we'll open it up. Well, the thing is, if somebody like Trump's always going to rise. That threat has always been there. Appreciate you. Yeah, I would go to Kirk because, you know, especially if you're using StreamYards and other kind of stuff like, I think ePost Vox is better at using OBS, and he's way more technical. Okay, because he's a gamer, but Kirk is about doing shows and other and leveraging more usable technology, in my opinion. He's actually very good. Yes, please get the likes up. We're at 283 watching, 119 likes. Go ahead and get the likes up. All right. And last questions. We don't know, man. COVID variants, we have to ask Nicole, but Nicole Ali. And the thing is, nobody knows. We don't even know if the vaccines will even work against it. So all this stuff is just. Also, I think we have, the Delta variant. I think we have at least one more. Why some women are Dr. Dr. Dunbar, if you're listening, oh, he wants me to be on the show by the octane scale. Okay. Dr. Dunbar, if you're listening, you're welcome to come up. Eric, thank you for the Cash App. Appreciate you. Yeah, Loki's interesting, man. I didn't think I would like Loki, but Loki, the way they're doing it is interesting. It reminds me of a little bit of Sherlock Holmes, or Sherlock, the way they do Sherlock Holmes, or and the way they do Doctor Who, kind of quirky. And at first, I thought it was going to be way too quirky, but they made it, they fit it to where it actually makes sense in the Marvel universe. But the best breakdown will probably come from Artisan on Sunday. Mr. O, appreciate you. I haven't defected to here. I don't know. It depends. Depends on what he says. Depends on what he says. Depends on what the information he's actually bringing. Jeff, thanks for the Cash App. LaKenzie, thanks for the Cash App. Laveris, thanks for the Cash App. Why am I obsessed with Trump? I am not. I get people bring him up. So I am not. I could care less about Trump. There's been fascists before. Okay. Thanks for the Cash App, Officer Charles. Yeah, he was entertaining. That's the only thing I'll miss about him. By comparison, Biden is very boring. Okay, a lot of stuff Biden does is actually under the radar. Like people complaining about what happened in Israel with the bombings that Israel was doing against Hamas and whatchamacallits. And people saying, what is he going to do? What's he going to do? 2 weeks later, guess who's gone? Netanyahu's not in office anymore. That's when people do stuff underground. I have not done I haven't done anything on my Beaches for Women in like a year and a half. Somebody wants me to do something because she wants me to. I think it's fitness. Somebody wants me to do something on the the era of the diesel, but she hasn't gotten back to me. The Palestinians, yeah. Don't sleep on Biden, man. People think that Biden is a liberal. Don't sleep on Biden. Don't fall for it. Just because Kamala Harris is vice president, don't fall for it. Neither one of them are actually liberals. Actually, Obama learned from Biden. Biden's an old fish. Biden is old fish, man. Don't sleep on Biden, man. Just because he looks like he's sleepy and he's a grandfather. He's a grandfather like like an old grandfather in the mafia. Okay, Biden's a Dixiecrat. No, I don't think they if they want to put him in jail, they could have put him in jail, but they decided against it because they had him dead to rights. They just didn't. They didn't. All they needed was a few more votes. Diesel. Well, you have to know the octanes and know the diesel. If you don't know what the octanes are, go to I have a playlist about octanes. Go to the playlist. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Biden belongs in. Biden. Okay, don't sleep on him. I've been saying it. Do not sleep on Biden. Don't just because he looks like he's forgetful. He might be. He's not what he used to be. But don't. But he's got like 50 years of experience, man. Don't sleep on him. Days of Noah. No, I don't know anything about Days of Noah. Yeah, if you know the octane scale, then the diesels are the working girls. That's the regular people on one side, which is regular octanes. The other side, which don't work the same way as the regular folks, are the working girls. Working girls don't work the same way. They don't have the relationships. Relationships are not the same. They're different. So the diesels are sex workers of any type, whether you're a cam girl, whether you're a stripper, whether you're a prostitute, high end call girl, on and on and on. Even partially, I'm not trying to see if I want to put sugar babies in that category, but I don't think sugar babies are quite there. Um, he's Biden will tell if you listen to his so-called leaked um, interview, not interview, but a Zoom talk call with the black folks, with the civil rights leaders. Okay, he told a lot of truth. He said they pulled him off the bench, and I was against Kamala Harris being vice president. But the thing is that George Soros uh, is Kamala Harris's rabbi. I don't think OnlyFans is done. I think OnlyFans is actually gonna promote more popular people because um, with COVID, with COVID going on, right? With COVID and post COVID, whatever you want to call it, right? A lot of your live events, where a lot of your artists made money, aren't the revenue's not there anymore. They have to find some way to make it up. OnlyFans is the next best place, so they're gonna try to do their Kim Kardashian on OnlyFans, but they're gonna push a lot of the no names out. That's the problem. They're gonna actually saturate it. Anyway, y'all ready? Y'all ready? You all ready for drop the link? Oh yeah, it's seven, only seven. Nah, man, they got NCAA has plenty of money, especially once they open things back up. All right. Thank you, They Live, for the Cash App. Thank you, Art. I might have to go out and get some kitty with a Cash App. Artisan. Yeah. Oh, Artisan, I don't know why you give me a Cash App, Artisan. You know I'm gonna just give you the money back, man. It makes no sense. And Brandon, thank you. Quentin, thank you. Dar, appreciate you. Jeffrey, appreciate you. Myron, appreciate you. Oh, they won't legalize it, but they're gonna keep it decriminalized, just like marijuana. Most of marijuana is not legal, but it's decriminalized. So that's what they're gonna do. So I think a lot of your soft drugs are going to decriminalize, and I think your coochie is going to get decriminalized. Then extinct is relative. I don't think they'll go extinct. The thing is that we talk about demographics. Uh, they want to decriminalize a lot of the softer drugs because the harder stuff is coming in. Like they're trying to keep out the fentanyl and the carfentanil that kills people. Anyway, y'all ready for me to drop the link, or you guys still got questions? It's up to you. Which one? No, not all drugs, just the softer ones, because carfentanil and fentanyl are actually killing people. I see. I might super chat might come next month. I don't know. We'll see. Probably the first of the month. But but other than that, don't worry about it. What's ibogaine? Okay, never heard of it. The future is I think Haiti will be fine. I think once the China is actually doing pretty good work in Haiti as far as oil and stuff like that, they'll be fine. And I think that eventually the United States, as Europe fades, Haiti will actually be better. Well, the most of the stuff is actually coming from the Chinese, and then imported through Mexico. Yeah, that they want to keep people away from that. So they want to go people to go to the weed and the other kind of stuff that's not as deadly. Yeah, well, the thing is, report. Yeah, it's natural for demographics to actually grow and recede, and there's reason for that. We've gone into that, man, a lot. We've gone into that a lot. Yeah, and be more. Maine just passed it. Oregon is actually contemplating it. I'm not sure about Los Angeles. I can't remember about LA. America's already in decline, boss. I don't know where you've been. No, there's only so much money you can print. Okay. There's only so much money you can print because those are IOUs. There is no such thing as inexhaustible. The Chinese releasing the digital yuan probably spells the end of the money printing for the United States. I'm just gonna I just want if I finish I just want to finish writing it so it can get out there. That I could care less with it. If it sells, it sells. I just want to just go ahead and who's managing the decline? You're looking at them. Okay. What do you think they're doing now? Where's your state, JL? Prices are already going down. Crypto is there's a lots of reasons for crypto. Crypto and AIs is where it's going because people can't be trusted with money. Oh, you're in Georgia. Uh, well, if Louisiana passes it, then you're probably next, especially Atlanta. On List Crawler. I never heard of it. And Georgia, Atlanta is pretty liberal, man. So I wouldn't doubt that Atlanta's probably next. Strip capital of the world. Come on. We'll see. It's never been this bad. Horror. Yeah, yeah. Well, you know what? What's it? Marcus was saying that his clients have been shunning him because of OnlyFans. Now they're probably, I guess they'll be back. I've never seen the Guidestones. Yeah, you can only print for money for so long. What's up, Greg? I don't know. We'll have to see. You guys keep up with that stuff more than I do. Well, shut up, Lavars. I don't know. I know they just released it. They just started trying it out, like maybe like a couple of weeks ago when they started kicking out the Bitcoin miners, which I knew they would once they did it. Union was actually ready. They were actually going to put the clamps on Bitcoin. Keisha Bottoms. Yeah, yeah, it's happening. It's out there. You got if you're in places and you know what to look for. Oh, let's cross new back page. Okay, all right. Somebody drop a link for a list crawler. Condolences to Oh, yeah, yeah. That's sad, man. That's sad. What happened? What is it? 100 people missing. What was it? A building collapse or what? I saw it briefly. Brotherly love, what's up? Yeah. There's not enough people to catch. What's up, Art? Well, it was Atlanta before it was Miami, and before Atlanta, it was Houston. $5 make you holler. I heard that. Me so horny. Love you long time. Yeah, I heard about a bridge collapsing. Oh, really? Okay. Well, Miami has had rumors about below sub quality building materials, man, for years because they said the mafia was doing that. So I wouldn't be surprised. Escort alligator. Okay. Damn, Jeff. Damn, Jeff. Art, appreciate you. Gregory, appreciate you. Chemistry, long time, bruh. Chemistry Ibmore, long time sub. Oh, okay. Oh, old pedestrian bridge. Okay. Yeah, that means. This card is 340 hits in 2 minutes. Y'all ain't shit. You guys are not shit tonight. You know that? I'm not judging, Jeff. In fact, you're a resource. I don't judge where my expertise comes from. I'm a black pill. Well, yeah, that's above ground. We talk about the below ground stuff. Julius, what's up? Drinking aficionado. Y'all ain't shit. All right, we're almost an hour into it. Let me go ahead and drop this link, get it started. Any last questions before I drop it? I say if China invades Taiwan, there's nothing they can do about it. all they can do is punish them financially. But China really has no reason to invade Taiwan. They really don't. It's a waste of time and money. Homemates coming, coming soon. Someone else said that, man. Talking about homemates. Oh, there's my Cash App. Let me go ahead and paste it in there. Y'all off the chain tonight, man. But yeah, I knew that they were actually going to flood the market with 323. What up? DJ Flipside. Uh, I have to really study critical race theory, and that's from because I'm getting all kinds of um counter narratives. But critical race theory is actually more legal than it is social, because Derek Bell actually came up with it from the work of Derek Bell. He's a lawyer, a civil rights lawyer. So I have to really study it before I can actually give you any kind of idea about it, because the professors tell me one thing, I hear other people tell me other stuff, and I don't even know how they're trying to apply it, because it can be a theory, but how they're trying to apply it to the schools, I don't know. There's one thing about what the theory is and how it's taught. They could destroy the Seventh Fleet, man. They really have no reason to actually invade Taiwan. It's too costly, and they have bigger fish to fry right now. They're trying to build their infrastructure throughout the whole world, so they can't be bogged down with a war. I wouldn't. I wouldn't do it. I know there's hawks that in China that would, but I wouldn't do it. I spoke on rabbi because that's what they call somebody that's looking out for you. Okay, politically, who's your teacher? Rabboni, who's your teacher? Or who's your teacher is normally your sensei, your superior. So, and somebody's looking out for you. If you look at because the term is Rabboni, right? So your rabbi is just your teacher, and a rabbi in political terms is just somebody looking out for you. So I say, who's your rabbi? But I go on and off of the Kabbalah.com network. So I have studied some of the Kabbalists, some of the way the Kabbalists think. I haven't got steeped into it, but it's not that different from being a Gnostic. It's really not that much different. A lot of that stuff actually crosses over. A rabbi is nothing but a teacher. I could be a rabbi. Okay, I'm just nothing but a teacher. It's not going to get erased. There's a reason that they're pushing this. You can't erase something that they're pushing. Because the black people didn't ask for critical race theory. The Thug Life from 2017. I have to look it up. If I can find it, I'll put it on Patreon. But I have to find it. If you really want to get into deep Jewish mysticism, go to the Kabbalah Center, because that's where they all are. All the esoteric Jewish thinkers are there, and they teach the Bible and teach the other kind of stuff from a completely different perspective, right? And so, if you really want to get into Jewish mysticism, go to the Kabbalah Center. Yeah, it's probably gonna be watered down. That's what I'm hearing. Why? It has nothing to do with Marxism, man. Your bailouts and rental assistance and stuff like that. All that stuff is more probably closer to Marxism, if you know what it is. but you're not turning down your bailouts and your work and your and infrastructure bills and stuff like that. If you're doing that, if you're not doing that, then don't come to me about Marxism. Marxism is about force. Would go to the Kabbalah Center, where it's kinder, gentler. Okay, a lot of stuff will scare you if you get deep into it. If you're scared of it, why are you talking about rabbis and Judaism if you're scared of it? It depends on how they teach it. So I don't know how they're teaching it. CRT is not derived from Marxism in the Frankfurt School. It's not true. It actually comes from Derek Bell. Derek Bell. What was the name of the book? The original book. I was just looking at it. It's an expensive ass book. I want to buy it, but it's expensive. A lot of shit that you guys are saying comes right from Derek Bell. Andrew, thanks for the Cash App. Let me look this stuff up, and then I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. Derek Bell. I was just looking at it. I just bought. You can get Derek Bell, the Reader, if you want to go know about critical race theory. That's probably the best place to start. And the original book that he wrote back in the 1970s. Share the screen. Is that one? He's the father of critical race theory. He's actually a civil rights lawyer. He taught at Harvard. Has nothing to do with the Frankfurt School or anything like that. Has nothing to do with Marxism. So that's the original book. It was actually first printed in 1970. Okay. Can't even afford it now. So I'm sure somebody has a PDF copy. If they have one, hey, send it to me. I want to read it. But if you want to know about, and this is coming from my professors like Dr. Johnson, Gigi, Dr. Neal, all of them point back to Derek Bell, the teachings of Derek Bell. And he never called it critical race theory. But all the stuff that what they call critical race theory comes from him. And you'd be shocked about what he says. Because he thinks that race reform is going to be a failure. That's his opinion. Okay? That's his opinion. So if you can afford it, go read Derek Bell. I would say start with this one. Anyway. The thing is, well, I'm trying to think how they're trying to teach it. Thornton, appreciate you. But it has nothing to do with I don't know. If you guys can find it, I've been looking for it. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, basically, yeah, it would be because it is not. Is it liberal? Possibly. No, it's basically it's in fact Michelle Alexander, her New Jim Crow book actually came. If you is actually critical race theory. And has more to do with the legality of race than it does with the morality of race. Yeah, it is, but I think they're gonna water it down. I think it's gonna be race history light. in my opinion. But anyway, let me go ahead and drop this link so we can get this party started. Yeah, they want to, they want to actually paint the slaves as indentured servants. So they're trying to rewrite the history books. I think that's what, under the guise of critical race theory. MLR, appreciate you, bruh. He always comes through. Tyrone, appreciate you. Throwing to that BGS tax. You guys are on one tonight. But I I can't really say definitively because it's new to me, and the way they're trying to teach it, it sounds like what I've already learned. But the thing is that I don't know how they're trying to apply it, so I can't really speak on it definitively because I haven't. Yeah, I'm listening to the faces at the bottom of the well now, and it's more of a non-technical way of explaining critical race theory. Where you're using fiction instead of the normal stuff. But I want to read. I would love to read the original book and stuff like that. But I'm actually going to try to work on it, try to learn it, what it is, because people explain it to me, and I come back and I said it sounds like stuff we've already learned. I said, what's new about it? And then then it's all, well, you have to read Derek Bell, and you have to. You have to get to the bottom of it. So it sounds like it's pretty complex the way they're trying to teach, where they're trying to actually weave the theory. But it's more rooted in law than it is morality or social science. Okay, because Derek Bell was a Harvard lawyer, and the way he wanted to use it is was more on a policy level. Kill a Markenberg CRT. Yeah. I've seen his videos on seen his videos on CRT, and I guess what? I still don't understand it. I still don't understand the difference. But that's just me. That's just my ignorance. And I've told Dr. Johnson I don't get it. I don't get what they're trying to do with it. And so I have to see what they're actually trying to teach, and then the original, where it came from, and see what the difference is, because it's just like Common Core math, right? Mm-hmm. And me being a math science major, right, that's been through all the calculus and linear algebra, right? So I look at my grandson's math and the way they're trying to teach it in Common Core. I understand the math principles, but where they're trying to apply it doesn't make sense. In order, the sequence that they're trying to teach it in doesn't make sense. Okay, not to me. So is what they're teaching correct? Yes, but is it the best way to teach it? No. So I have to look at it. I have to really look at it and study it and see if critical race theory, or where they're trying to apply it, makes sense. Other than that, I don't know. Cultural Marxism. Man, you've been under cultural Marxism since 1850. What are you talking about? You experience socialism and Marxism as we speak for the last 2 years, and nobody's complained about it, because you needed your food, and you needed your rent paid, and you need your lights to stay on. You need the people to stay out of the streets. Okay.
No, don't give me no subsidies.
Don't give me no socialism.
Oh no, Lord! Oh
no, Lord! My stimulus check and my unemployment. Oh my, no, that is good old capitalism.
Oh, give me about electricity and my stimmy.
In my stimmy,
yeah. Police department and the fire department.
If you
don't forget, fellas, don't forget.
How many of you motherfuckers actually called 911? That's socialism.
Don't send your kids to public schools.
Oh Lord!
Hey,
Lord!
No, don't take away our dole, please, sir. Don't take away our dole. LBJ been good to us. Truman been good to us. Eisenhower been good to us.
Oh Lordy. We
Zev,
need we don't want these civil rights, sir.
Why does somebody say something like Marxism and say what I do? Come on, man. Stop being disingenuous.
All right, peace and blessings to the panel.
They want to lead you down a fucked up forest, BGS, with that bullshit. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to
they should give them exactly what they want, man, which is hardcore capitalism. Bring in all the machines, all the technology, and take away 95% of the jobs, and then say, well, now you got capitalism. What do you now what you want? Yeah, that's what you asked for.
You know, it's about capitalism. Capitalism is like evolution. Why would I use the most inefficient thing that I could have, which is usually the human element, in a spot where I can replace it with a machine or computer?
That don't talk back, don't call in, ain't never go get sick, and ain't got nothing to talk about. It's just gonna work.
And best of all, I don't have to pay it.
Marxism is pure evil. Yeah, right, man.
Hey, I'm back working. I'm back working for the bank again, and one of my coworkers is always telling me, eventually, even banking is going all automated. Because people are getting laid off left and right, and the bank I work at, and it's slowly, gradually being replaced. At least that's what he says by machine mechanisms. Because it's like I said, it's cheaper. That's the way they want to go. I mean, it hasn't happened that way where I'm at yet, but they're saying it's supposed to. Like it's slowly coming in, maybe the next maybe 10 years or 20 years. But anyway, it's been a while.
20 years, man. It would be faster than that, man. Once they hit that switch,
that's why we up to automation with the trucking industry about 2.5 years ago. That's why I've been slowly trying to get my ass away from this shit, because he's been letting me know, and I know how the trucking industry is. It's already a dead end business. If you look
at Walmart, all the self checkouts. I mean,
let me ask the channel this real quick, Charles.
Go ahead.
How are you advocating for a system like capitalism during the time of automation? How that make sense?
It don't work.
Because they're uneducated. That's why.
Everybody's gonna get left behind, and everybody knows it, but don't nobody want to pull their heads up out of the sand and deal with this shit. And BGS has been telling y'all.
The Prussian school system was made for what? One, babysitting. Two, indoctrination, which is socialization. Education is third, and a poor third. It's made for. It's actually made to the Prussian school system was actually invented to actually train you to go into the army.
The military, the workforce.
Military, the workforce, but most like the military. That's what it's actually invented for.
That's why you know how to. What do you do when you go to lunch? You line up in formation.
And by height. It's like make you line up by height.
I never knew that. I never noticed that. Dang.
Little to biggest, or biggest to little.
The Prussian system was made because you had a lot of illiterate and ignorant people in fucking Napoleon's army. Okay? That's why he was so efficient, because if you get people on the same accord with the same fucking mindset, that's why you have nationhood. What's the first damn thing you do when you go to school? I pledge allegiance to the flag. That's why you ever notice you listen to a bell. They just replace, when you go to basic training, the bell with a whistle or yelling drill sergeant.
Yep. That's all it is.
Like a lot of you motherfuckers out there, if you really want to go out there and be competitive and alpha your way through shit, you're basically going to try to say, I can run in a circle and I can turn into a square. Nope.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, right? Okay. You come to school, right? You come to school after a couple of hours or so, you take your recess, right? Which is your first break, right? Come back a couple hours, guess what? Lunch, right?
Second break.
Come back to school. Come back to a couple hours later. It's called recess or whatever it is. Not recess. What did they call that? I forget what they call it, right? You take PT, right? And then you come back to school, time to go home, right? What do you do at work for 8 hours? Same exact schedule, right? Same schedule.
Notice about 85% of the people who work typically work the same hours as school.
Yep.
And it's crazy.
I work 8:30 to 5:30.
Here in Chicago, they even limited recess in the Chicago public school system. So instead of getting half an hour of you know what I'm saying, recess time, they only get like 15 minutes.
That's just like you do at work, right?
And that's the reason why your kids are fat and can't join the
I
military.
was just about to say that.
Think about this for a second, fellas. Oh yeah, I forgot. We got a full panel. Shall I do it, BGS? Shall I do it? Can I do it? Can I do it?
You can do it. Go ahead.
Okay. From the chat, from the panel on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Woo! You're the only person allowed to do this shit, right, Charles? You're the only person allowed to do this shit, right?
Like I told Kevin Samuels, I feel honored when he shout me out. You know how many friends and co-workers were calling my phone? Yo,
really?
Would text me, yo, Kevin Samuels just shouted you out. Told you I knew the
That's Charles' fault.
Hey, what's up, Hammer? I ain't seen you in a while, bro. How you been doing?
Anytime we talk about diesels, Hammer's gonna show up.
Hey, hold up. Can y'all hear me?
We hear you.
Sir.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you. So the reason why I wanted to hop on is because I wanted to continue a conversation in regards to critical race theory. So based on what I've heard, and y'all can sort of tell me if I'm wrong or not, that's why I'm here. Essentially, critical race theory, I think, was the father of it. That's what they're claiming, right? I'm not so sure, but they're claiming that Ibram X. Kendi in his book How to Be an Anti-Racist is essentially the foundation of it.
No.
And the whole idea. No, it's not.
No, I just showed you. I asked about 4 professors, right? Where does it come from, right? I just heard that I was just listening to the intro to Faces at the Bottom of the Well, right? Michelle Alexander, who actually learned this stuff in law school, right? Comes from Derek Bell. That just showed you the shit. I had 4 professors, 4 PhDs tell me the same goddamn thing, right?
So then the question I had then, so what is its purpose? Because I'm a little confused as to why it's being brought out now.
We don't know because they haven't really implemented it yet. We don't know what the true purpose of this shit is. You think they're gonna tell us what the purpose of it is?
I was hoping.
BGS, I got a theory. I've been surmising it. Think about it. Right before the last 2 years of Don Cheeto getting ready to get evicted, he was working real hard to get rid of the 1819 project, right? And if they did not want that to get into the school
one time.
Hold on, sir. Let me speak. Okay. I'm speaking of BGS.
Okay. Let's get something straight because this is a Shatterpoint. Okay, it's a Thursday. Mind your manners, okay? This is not a free-for-all, right? Mind your manners. You know how this shit works. Stop. Everybody has manners in here. So go ahead.
Back to what I was saying, BGS. Yeah. Okay. Ever since the 1819 project was coming up and everybody was wanting to push it to get into the curriculum, he was trying to keep it out of the curriculum system of the school. So then you start seeing the individual states trying to bar this 1819 project. Then right after the election, you start seeing all this critical thinking practices coming up. 1619. Yeah, 1619 project. Well, nonetheless, ever since that little debacle was coming out, you was watching it here and there on the news and everybody fighting over it. You see that started quiet down. And then you start seeing everybody talk about all this critical race theory. And I'm trying to find out from you, is there any form of a correlation between the two? Because I've been trying to read the tea leaves like you on it, and I'm a little bit stumped.
If you can't stop history, what do? You have to do what? Shape it, right?
You have to reshape it in the mold of the image they want to project.
And they found out after COVID-19, especially after what's his name, Chauvin killed what's his name,
George Floyd.
George Floyd. Okay, they find out you can't stop it, right? So if you can't stop, you can't stop a river. What you try to do? Try to move it the way you want it to go, right? No, you try to shape it, try to direct the flow of the water. Okay. So that's, in my opinion, that's what I think that they're trying to do. The thing is, you can't evaluate it until they actually implement it, because we have no idea how they're going to teach this stuff.
Oh yeah.
But BGS, is it worthy of being implemented?
Is it worthy?
Have you studied enough of it to understand? Is it going to be worthy enough to unleash this on our children?
I know the principles of what he's getting at, but I have not read Derek Bell enough to even give you an evaluation about what he said critical race theory is, according to him, and compared to how they're actually going to implement it. Like Michelle Alexander's book, The New Jim Crow, that's critical race theory. Okay. The color of law and the color of money. Okay. Those are critical race theory books. It has something to do with it has to do with policy and how race is actually implemented in as policy inside the United States. Okay. Those would be considered critical race theory books, according to what I've heard.
And it's amazing nobody wants to talk about it.
Talk about what?
A lot of people don't understand.
I'm talking about on the conservative side.
That's because a lot of people don't understand it. That's why.
Right, exactly.
They don't understand it.
BGS, can I pose a theory?
He was speaking on this the other night. He said the crazy part about it is the conservatives are talking about it and the Democrats aren't.
Well, yeah, because they want to get ahead of it. But go ahead, pose your theory.
My theory is, I think the concept of critical race theory is going to be used for an alternative agenda, and I think it may interject more of a sexuality based.
No. I mean, you can eventually, if you just like anything else, if you open up like civil rights, right? It's meant for one group and one particular purpose, and they start adding on to it, right? Like women were never supposed to be part of civil rights, okay?
Yeah.
But they added it on to them. The thing is, we don't know until they actually implement the stuff. We can guess, we don't know how they use. We have no idea how they want to use this stuff. There's a reason they actually want to implement this stuff. We don't know. Just like Common Core, as far as the schools are concerned, right? Okay. They give you all this theory, but until they actually implement it, we don't know how they're gonna actually use it. They have to wait till it actually hits the ground. How they teach it in college is gonna be completely different. How they teach it in high school and middle school and they don't mind it in college. They don't mind it in college, right? They don't care about it in college. The problem is when it gets to go all the way down to kindergarten. How are you gonna implement it? What are you gonna teach? Because that's when the mind is actually formed.
And by the way, BGS, cheers. Got this reserve scotch for you. Cheers.
Hey, brother Charles.
He's the only one who get a cheers. Charles, you full of shit.
Oh well, I'm sorry.
It's for my nigga. I drink cognac. For all my niggas.
All your niggas that drink liquor.
What is it? Scotch? What you drink? Johnny Walker? What is it? I can't see it.
Gold Label Reserve.
Gold Label Reserve.
Is it Glenlivet? Is it Glenlivet?
It's Mr. Johnny Walken.
Oh, Johnny Walker. Is it red or black? Red or black?
No, it's gold.
Gold
Reserve.
Oh,
yeah, Gold Label Reserve. Yeah, I see that from here.
As he holds up his pinky ring in there as he drinks.
Oh yes. Yes, the goddamn thing is strong as me, man. The goddamn thing is strong as me. God damn it.
Oh man.
I'm gonna say this. I'm not gonna Falkenstein, baby. I'm gonna say this for every man, not to derail it. We're gonna go back to that. I want every man to check out 4 things. There's STDs. If you have them, make sure you don't have them. If you do, get them checked.
All right, that's one.
Get your blood pressure. Get your get your what's the goddamn one? Blood pressure, STDs, cholesterol. That's 3.
That's 3.
And last but not least, testosterone.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you guys. Go get
a B12 shot.
I took 2 testosterone tests from
shit.
urology.
Okay.
They said I'm below the levels of low.
Okay.
What?
And I'm like, how the fuck is that? I can't.
No, most men over 35 are going to have below levels of testosterone. That's natural.
So it's funny because he's like, well, thank God you work out because you'd have been fucked, as my doctor said, and I literally quoted him. So now they got me on TRT, baby.
Oh, okay. So you fucking like a little mink right now, huh? Dude,
I'm bending steel. Like I was working out today, I was like, I don't feel as tired as I usually feel.
Mm-hmm. It's a powerful drug, man.
That's why he got off of our stream early last night. He went and found something to knock off all that testosterone.
Yeah. Mongo had a sweet tooth.
Use your power wisely.
Mongo had a telegram.
Yes. They're testing this shit out in a month, and it's funny because myself and Shonda H we're gonna do a men's health expo on my show coming soon. So a lot of your questions, men are afraid to go to the doctor. I'm gonna tell you, get your ass to the doctor, okay? There's a reason why the men in my family look young. As my wrestlers say, my parents and my grandparents look way younger than they do. And there's a reason why. My grandfather never stopped working out in some capacity. Neither did my father or my mother. You know, they're you would never think these are 60, like even BGS. I'm pretty sure he's very active compared to 60-year-olds 20, 30 years ago. 60 used to be a death sentence. Now these motherfuckers are moving like.
Well, yeah, it's basically the diseases that used to kill you don't kill you anymore. The food is sterile, so there's a lot of reasons you live longer or live out close to your lifespan.
Charles, I got a question.
These old motherfuckers don't want to die. That's the problem. They don't want to die. They keep wanting to live.
They're too stubborn to die.
Niggas never wanted to die. Who had the question?
Do niggas ever die? Go ahead. What's the question?
So on that TRT that you're on right now, because I had one of my homies, same size as you, and he thought he was going through depression, but he was eating like a motherfucker, and then he come to find out his testosterone was basically at pretty much zero. So he's hot about it. But my question to you is, now how does that work with healthcare? Because I know I've been, a lot of my boys who have been in soft, a lot of them are hopping on TRT. And I heard like healthcare is kind of like finicky with it because they don't want to acknowledge it or whatever. But has that changed for guys, that get the access to it?
Hell yeah, because number one, a lot of your guys, I'll say, who commit suicide or depressed strongly or not as focused or driven as they used to be, I will personally equate that to TRT.
Gotcha.
Especially, low T. And what happens is that testosterone is everything that makes you a man. The aggression, when needed, of course, the muscle building, the fat burning. Like, a lot of it is because, as men, we always have the burden of performance. And what hits a lot of men is when you can't perform on a certain level, a baseline level you're used to. And when I'm talking to guys who've been on it, and I'm going to be like, I'm 39, so yeah, the shit's going to go down. My saving grace was what I tell a lot of young people, build your muscle early in life. It's going to save you a lot of heartache and pain later on.
That's true.
Then on top of that, you'll live longer because one, your body's stronger, not only to resist diseases, but also the incidents that happen in life. You'll be surprised how many people can't get themselves out of a car because they're not strong enough to pull themselves up, or not strong enough to like climb up something, and they fall to their deaths or severe injuries. Like a lot of men, and the reason why I say that is because a lot of men are ashamed to talk about those subjects, and I'm not. I'm like, I talked about it with my boy Darren, and he says, "Yo, I gotta go get this. I just had a physical. I'm gonna go talk to my doctor about that tomorrow." I said, "Yeah, because you'll notice you're fat. You'll burn a lot more fat, so you'll build a lot more muscle, and you'll feel more energetic, more focused." And I'm like, why not? I should have done this shit sooner. Well, probably couldn't do it sooner, but
Well, I tried TRT myself, and I'm a little older. I just turned 50, but I did it when I was this was last year, and it was kind of hard on me. I was like, I was feeling good. Oh, believe me, I was cock strong again. I was like, man, I feel like I'm 25 again. But it was dick harder really hard.
Dick harder than a fucking dick harder than a calculus problem in jail.
If you take it, you got to have supplements. A lot of supplements to go along with it.
And I'm gonna tell you, you have to have zinc. You have to have what's that damn shit? Because I got it in my bag, my magic bag of tricks. You gotta take NO.
I knew you was cheating, nigga. I knew you was cheating.
No, that's not cheating. That's not even close.
By any means necessary.
Oh yeah, Malcolm said it best.
I hear you.
Don't be promoting his ass,
especially in my profession, you don't want to give up ground in my profession. Because
Absolutely
a lot of times
not.
you get older, the suspects stay the same age, as they say.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I wanted to hop in right quick on this topic right quick. Yo,
go ahead.
Testosterone is key to everything, man.
For men, yeah.
For men, it is for muscle growth, for brain processing, from bones. So what happens typically in most men, because I'm with Charles, I just got my stuff done 6 months ago too. I'm just above the line, right? So either but what happens if you are producing testosterone? Two things either happen: either you grow more hair, right, or you start to see older men get male boobs.
Yeah.
That's what their body converts the testosterone into. It has to convert it. So it either goes from testosterone to either estrogen.
Yeah.
So that's why you're seeing men with
Charles go go
no, if he keeps, but you have to use it. That's the problem.
I'm gonna put it to you this way. I lift too much weight before to grow the boobs. But see, what happens is a lot of guys who don't work out, you're gonna see the effects. You're gonna see the effects drastically different because what happens is that testosterone turns into estrogen.
Yeah.
So that makes everything what a woman is a woman. Like you'll start. Not only will you start growing, man boobs or bitch tits.
You become more emotional.
You'll become emotional. Hell, some men even lactate.
Right.
That's why you're seeing.
What I did.
One time.
That's why you're seeing men with bigger bellies as well, right? That's why your buddy was eating so much, right? He was trying to comfort himself. So think of testosterone like vitamin C, right? Vitamin C is no good. You use it, and then your body gets rid of it. Same with testosterone, and you have to remember. Art did a panel a couple months back, but beginning to hear him and Nameless did one about things to eat, right? And your supplements like the turmeric, black pepper, not quercetin, but Creatine, right?
Creatine,
a whole bunch of
Creatine,
things. You got to put in your body to kind of get you going. So as you get older, you deplete. So it is what it is.
Yeah, and don't forget, if you're gonna do that, you gotta remember your zinc. You need plenty of zinc.
You're gonna need plenty of zinc. You're going to need some nitrous oxide to actually thin. If you got issues with high blood pressure, nitrous oxide is your friend. Okay, it's going to thin out that blood and give you more oxygen to your blood. Okay, and don't forget, do some type of when I've seen somebody's, thinking of cardio. Does cardio help? Yes and no. The more resistance training you do, the better off it's going to be for your T. Like, here's something that a lot of men neglect. You got to get your leg day in. You got to get your big muscle groups.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying you got to eat red meat, but eat something, a little red meat once in a while. I'm not saying every day. Once in a while will help your T. Plus, you got to make sure you get your fruits and vegetables intake in.
Yeah.
They even have powders.
Yep. Keep your body fat down. Yeah.
Because
one thing I did was when I did it, because I used to be in the Marine Corps, and what I did was as I was getting older, when I was on my treatment, it was kind of hard on my body. So what I did, I took advantage of it. I started working out more and more, getting under the weights and pushing those weights, and I took the TRT just long enough to get me back in the gym on the swing of things, and then I got off of it because I was getting like heart palpitations.
You do have to cycle off. You do have to cycle off. So
you're gonna cycle off, but that's when you take estrogen blockers.
Yeah.
So your body can actually start producing its own again. Yeah. Then you got to come back. It's like let me just break it out. It's the same shit that bodybuilders use.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Except it's not as high as a dose.
Yeah.
And it's not steroids, is it? Either, right?
Can I ask
steroids is the same thing.
One time.
Steroids is just synthesized testosterone hormones. It's the same thing, except it's amped up.
Yeah.
Yeah, what Charles is trying to get you to do is he's since you just can't buy steroids, he's basically trying to make you a Lego piece to build it all in your body. So your body just start producing it again. Like check out SERMs. I think it's something. What is it?
SERMs.
Yeah, look up your SERMs.
MK66676. I mean, I've tried that shit. That shit works.
That works.
It all works. What's your
8
question?
years ago, I was about 312, 15 pounds, and now 7 years later, I'm down to 200. I'm about to be 34 in a couple of months. And I was just asking my father, like, cause he's 87. I asked him, like, when did he, like, you stop, like, feeling like basically I said, like, aggressive and assertive. He said, well, son, I ain't stopped feeling that way until about late 50s. But after that, yeah, if you don't take care of yourself, he said like this, it's gonna be one slippery slope every day.
Yeah, I mean, it's right. It's you're mid to late 30s when you start to notice the dip.
Yeah, like let me put it to you this way: How old was your dad when he had you?
My dad was 52 when he had me.
Exactly.
What?
But here's another thing. BGS is probably the oldest guy on this panel right now. He in his youth he probably produced twice as much testosterone as we did.
Because the food actually changed because the way they fatten up the catalyst with mimic estrogens. So,
my father grew up on a farm, so he was getting straight from the rooter to the tutor, as he told me. So
So you got to remember.
That's what I was telling you before. Like one of the things that I do is I take some mineral water.
L-arginine.
L-arginine, yeah. Okay.
So the minerals will transport everything that Charles was talking about deeper into those muscles. You're in a sterile environment. So like BJ said, you're in a sterile environment drinking bottled water. Human beings are not supposed to be drinking bottled water. All right, you're supposed to be getting zinc and all these nutrients from all your food. You're mineral deprived, you're supplement deprived. So that's why you're seeing like Charles. I'm with Charles. Last year, dude, I couldn't even run around the block. When I got my blood pressure checked, found out it was my blood pressure. Now I'm back to normal. I'm at 39. Finally got my abs coming in. Right, taking turmeric, Creatine, all these things in the morning time. A bunch of zinc twice a day. Vitamin D. I mean, you have to put it back in your body, man. When you do that, your body goes, oh.
And Dar said, Charles, please start a male health /workout channel. I'll be the first to support it.
He should. You become a millionaire.
I got a question though. Since we is talking about testosterone, see, like I'm 34, but I ain't got no kids, and I guess I'm gonna end up being just like my dad. Yeah. So I'm probably gonna be just like my father. So I want to know, does the testosterone sperm really, like, how can I say this? Like, it goes through a certain change after a certain age?
No. I'm gonna put it to you this way. I tried TRT just for the testing, right?
Right.
It's funny because I noticed my ex was getting more aggressive towards her. She was getting more sexually available, horny, and she was getting more aggressive towards her coworkers. And I was like, how the fuck? And she's on birth control, by the way, so that's why you get to empty the gas tank, if you know what I mean. So, I should coin that phrase, by the way. So
method.
So I was like, why the fuck are you so horny? I was like, oh, and we were like, I was like, oh, and then I was like, oh. So it's not going to change.
Family Guy reference.
It's not going to change the.
Damn! Don't choke! Don't kill yourself, man! Damn! You got the COVID.
You know what?
No, I know that call. I know that call.
For all my Baltimoreans who are 35 to 45. Remember this old club mix. Roll that shit, light that shit, smoke it. I gotta get you. Roll that shit, light that shit, smoke it.
Hey, somebody mentioned earlier too about vitamin D, and that's big for black folks because with vitamin D, we got that dark skin, and our dark skin it reflects sunlight. And the biggest source of vitamin D comes from sunlight. So if you live where I live out in the Northwest, or maybe even in the Northeast, in just different areas where you got a lot of gray days, you got a lot of cloudy days, man, that can really fuck with your vitamin D. And if you don't get it tested, you won't know. So you'll feel lethargic. You'll be tired all the time.
Most people don't do what? They don't work outside. They work inside.
Yeah.
So
by the way, I'll tell you this for all black people. If you're not subscribed to the Also the Goddamn Lost channel, we talk about this and other subjects because we're multifaceted men. I'm gonna put the link in
you guys got a lot of background noise. Mute yourself, okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna put the link to my channel in the chat if you're not subscribed to me, because we talk about this shit a lot. If you want me to start a fitness channel by itself, men's health and fitness by itself, give me a goddamn woo in the chat, and also give a couple of cash apps to the master teacher. Woo! Because we talk about this. Arginine with testosterone with NO will get your dick harder than a Kryptonian skin. Okay? Comic book reference for you people.
Can I add something?
Please do.
So I'm on that same wave, right? So as I've gotten older, I've become more scientific, and that's one of the things I tell a lot of guys, because you realize how in depth the importance is, like taking your vitamins, whether it's vitamin D, potassium. I mean, there's a whole list, right? But creatine also helps out as well. Just your basic, I think they say, if you take like 5 milligrams, within a week, it lowers it has to do something like ADP, and it helps, lower your estrogen levels. Because even myself, as I've gotten older, I've actually pushed the envelope more, and I've read that, being in some type of competitive sports actually sustains testosterone levels. Whether you play pickup basketball, whether you BJJ on the side, maintain some type of competitiveness to, to hold on to your aggression.
It's muscle, and the biggest thing, the testosterone is, well, number one, lowering your fat, okay, building your muscle. Okay.
Another thing I would say to brothers is, if you're not into firearm shooting, do aggressive things. Not saying go all crazy, but do things that reflect aggression, right?
I'm gonna tell you one thing.
One at a time, y'all. Hey, stop
Beat
jumping
your meat.
y'all.
That raises your testosterone.
I'm gonna tell you one thing that always helped me. I've been an assistant wrestling coach for 20 years. I've actually wrestled a guy for 2.5 hours and burned. We literally, he was in college and I was, me. And we wrestled for like an hour, about close to 2 hours long, that we lost 10 pounds. Training with that guy for 2 weeks. I'm not tooting my own horn of how good of a coach I am and how good of a wrestler I am. I literally held my own, not in wrestling shape. God knows if you wrestle, you're an animal. If you're in wrestling shape, you're in better shape than anything in the planet. This dude went on back after Christmas to go become number 2 in the nation. Wow. At heavyweight, by the way. So a lot of that competitive spirit. I've actually taught wrestling classes and takedowns and throws for my buddy from high school. He's a brown belt in BJJ, and we always network. I've coached my nephew in boxing. My nephew taught me kickboxing. So a lot of the aggressiveness, which is true because you want to keep your competitive edge. Think about it. When you go, there's a little secret that I want to give everybody. One of my cheat codes. 2 things when you're lifting weights. Let's say you're curling. Number 1, let's say you're doing 10 on each arm, which is 20 reps. Keep your abdominals tight. 1, it secures the back. Your abdominals are from your navel to your spine. Keep them tight. You're doing it. You basically can do an ab exercise almost every exercise. And 2, when you have the not the dumbbell, because that's the good doctor. When you have the dumbbell or the barbell, squeeze it as tight as you can so you can engage those muscles. Make it, when your body's in stress, it's going to do the same thing. So now, when your body gets used to it, it's going to incorporate more muscle groups and more blood flow. So when you squeeze it, for all you wrestlers and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and boxers, The tighter your grip, the stronger your grip will be. Curl it and squeeze it the entire time, and notice how your strength gains will even double.
Yeah, as a former boxer, I can agree and attest to what you just said. I didn't even notice that I was doing it. And I got one question. What is y'all thoughts about semen retention? Because I just did it a whole year. I just ended like about a couple of weeks ago when I got back with my ex. No pun intended.
Well, do you want me to tell you the truth?
Yeah, go ahead. Because I actually gained more
muscle. Number one, studies have shown. Oh my God, I'm making this sound like I'm actually a smart guy. No, I'm a jock. But studies have shown that men and women are opposites, even when it comes to sex. Men, when they refrain from sex, they have better athletic performance. Women, when they have sex, they have better athletic performance. Because when you ejaculate, because men are givers, women are takers. Remember that philosophy.
Yeah.
When we ejaculate, we give up a lot of zinc.
Yeah.
Okay. So that means that takes a lot out of us. That's why our ejaculations compared to orgasms are more massive than a woman. That's why a woman can have multiple orgasms, and a man we have one orgasm. We call it the fucking medics. So we give out a lot more than they give out. So if you have a tournament or some type of athletic endeavor, don't have sex till after it's over. But for a woman, get your back blown out, and you'll be more relaxed, and you'll be better at your sport.
Yeah, look at the book. The book printed back in 1995, Multi-Orgasmic Male. They talk about semen retention, how to do it, the ways you do it, why you should do it, how many ejaculations you should have according to your age. It goes through the whole thing. In fact, I heard a doctor actually teach the same thing like 20 years after he did it. Okay?
You know,
that's the book.
You know, it's funny. Just to add on to what Charles is saying. So when I did martial arts for like 10 years, Dr. Yang would always. He only had sex once a year, but he was so proficient into his 60s, right? Still doing like sparring and shit like that, and it was like, and he's you know Chinese have their ways of saying no, women are evil, blah blah blah, but it feeds into what I'm saying, how sex, it can be a detriment, you know what I mean, especially if you're still on trying to compete on high level. I think Mike Tyson, when he lost against Buster Douglas, he was acting a fool and all that, and he was way off.
Hey, he was on fire.
When you ejaculate, what do you lose? Zinc, a whole bunch of other minerals and stuff that be in that sperm, right? That's what happens.
It's in the book of Proverbs, BCS.
I know the
Solomon said.
One time. Go
ahead. King Solomon said, Lemuel's his son, his mother told him to give not thy strength to thy woman or thy ways, because it's the destroyer of kings. And that's what that was actually talking about with the semen and what we can do with it.
It's not just physically, but also mentally.
Yeah, hey, I was surprised because I gained like about 10 pounds. I'm 200 pounds. I was 190 pounds last year, and I started going back to the gym, and that's when I started doing the semen retention through celibacy and everything. I gained 10 pounds of muscle, and I hardly basically worked out.
Yeah, because your body's replacing what it lost. I saw 2 questions in the chat for me.
Well, hold on, Officer Charles. Let me ask a question real quick, because I stepped away when you were talking about semen retention. Can you briefly tell me what I missed?
Number 1, men lose a lot of zinc, magnesium, and other minerals when we have sex. So if you want to build muscle or go through an athletic endeavor, you got to refrain from sex for men. For women, studies have shown the complete opposite for them, that when they have sex, they do better when it comes to athletic performance. So for women, get your back blown out. Men, keep it in your pants till after.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw 2 questions for me in the chat, if you don't mind me answering them, BGS.
Go ahead.
Rowing is pretty good for your grip. Like if you're doing paddle boat rowing or some simulation of it, it's great for your grip. Matter of fact, one of the best grip things for your grip is to get a stick or a metal stick and get a string and a weight. roll it with your arms straight out parallel, roll it up slow, and then roll it back down slow. That will work your grip out like a motherfucker. 2, for the guy who says he runs 60 miles a week. 1, depending on your age, you might want to take it down to like 40 or 20 because your joints, but
knees,
you're gonna need some glucosamine or some Triflex for your joints. Who knew I was that smart?
And some oils.
Water. And some oils.
And some oils, fish oils, essential oils like rapeseed oil, rapeseed, not grape, but rapeseed oil or fish oil.
Also,
Chondroitin, MSM.
Right.
See, BGS, y'all making me sound like I'm smart. Stop.
You are smart.
BGS.
Also, excuse me, can I chime in, please?
You're right after AL. Go ahead, AL.
All right.
I respect the Charles and everything he's doing for the panel. And BGS, you know I love you. I thought this was a Shatterpoint. Can we kind of please bring it back around to what we were talking about earlier tonight? This critical race theory. Okay. That's what we really want to talk about.
Okay, well, we can bring it back around, but one more round of questions and we go to something else. Well, Shatterpoints is just open, but yeah.
After Malik, I wanted to talk about CRT.
Well, I was gonna say this, because I've read some studies. Running 60 miles a day actually destroys testosterone.
Yeah.
It's really bad. Like, I wouldn't push the envelope. I mean, that's why I think for younger guys it works, but as you get older, it really eats at it. And I was gonna ask Charles a question. I started using sandbags, dead weight, and I wanted your opinion on that. Like, I do like a multiplex, like from squatting, pulls and stuff like that. And I wanted your opinion on sandbags.
I like sandbags. Let's say you do sandbags, because sandbags mimic, like, if you're wrestling or if you're doing judo or some MMA, because it's unsettled or uneven weight. You got to get used to this transfer of weight. So a lot of people, when they lift weights are pretty even. Like, I'll even tell you something that's a little controversial.
Yeah, you have to use more of your core when you use sandbags and stuff like that.
Yeah, you have to use more of your core. Like, I have the Tower 200. You could probably find it on Amazon or eBay, and I'll do wood choppers. I'll do sets of 20. I'll do reps of 20, or reps of 20 to 30, about 3 to 4 sets, depending on how I'm feeling myself. Do your sandbags and throw it over your back. Like, you know how Arnold Schwarzenegger was throwing the sword with Conan? Just throw it over there. That's how you do it, each side. And throw the sandbag. You'll notice that you're going to have to tighten your abs a lot more just the first 5 sets. I love sandbags. I love sandbag training. You could, if you can't get sand, get a sturdy book bag or a duffel bag and put some books in it. And you'll notice when you do the same thing, like when you want to throw somebody, you'll notice the shifting of the weight. So your core is going to get a lot of action. Your legs, your thighs, your quads, your shoulders, your buys, your tries. So especially your back, do some rows with that shit, and you'll notice that, oh shit, like, this shit is tougher than it is.
Yeah.
So when you do a lot of exercises, I'm a weird guy. So let's say if you really want to work on weight, your body's very subconscious when it works. When I have guys who struggle, who have like a deficiency in one arm compared to the other in a bench, let's say you have a weakness in your left arm, I'll tell you, go look at your left arm. What will that do is make all the focus go to the arm, and notice you'll be.
Is that me, or did he go down?
Yeah. That was Truth. That was Truth calling me. He probably wants to link in the chat. But when you notice, I'll tell my wrestlers, look at your right arm, and they'll bench it straighter because their focus is on that left arm, because now they're focusing on it, and they're giving, because the right hand is actually strong enough to not need the attention. It's just like when you do concentrated curls. I'll force a person, like I'll put one finger down around their wrist, which is the weakest part of your arm. That one finger will make a world of a difference on that concentrated curl. Like put the seat, if you have a seat or a bench, and he's trying to hop. I know you probably put the link in the chat for him.
Well, it's full, right? You can't get in anyway.
It's full so far.
Yeah.
And once you put the finger or have your buddy put 1 or 2 fingers on your wrist while you're curling, you know, it'll make a world of a difference. It'll make you struggle a lot more. So it's going to incorporate a lot more muscle, put some more blood in there. Don't be afraid to push yourself slightly. But at the same time, if you're new to working out, especially when it comes to resistance training and running, I'm going to tell you, check your ego at the door, whatever other body part you want, because you want to start light so you build yourself up. There's no shame in that. Guess what? My first bench press contest, I lost because I couldn't bench press 300 pounds. If you go to my channel now, you'll see me in my full uniform with no warm-up, lifting the shit for almost 15 reps. So
how long ago was that you couldn't lift 300?
Around 04. And then I just started working it out. Then I started focusing more instead of being here since relying on my hubris. And I was actually zooming past 315. But then again, I had a fucking Samoan as my training partner too, so that helped a lot.
That helps.
You know,
how tall are you, Officer Charles? How tall are you?
I'm 5'10", 280 pounds.
Very good size. 280, you said?
Yeah, he's a wall.
Oh my goodness,
he's a wall.
I think I'm regular size in my brain, but till I see people, like when I went to go pick up my medication, and one of the guys we were trying to, like, I was like, "Excuse me." He was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, man. You're a big motherfucker." Even the doctor, when I went to go,
hell, I'm 6'2.5" and 200 pounds.
Even the doctor.
That's what I said when I first saw Charles. Man, we actually cammed up. I think the first time it was actually on one of my lives. I said, "God damn, who put the wall in front of the camera?"
There's too many dudes 5'10", 280, and not fat. That's very rare.
That's rare.
And it's funny because even the doctor who's a urologist, he said, "Man," and he was like, he was coaching me. He's like, "Is it performance anxiety? Are you not feeling as strong?" And he's like, "Man, I lift weights still, and the best I can do was 380." And he was like, "How much can you do?" I said, "About 5." He was like, "God damn." And then when I took my track jacket off, he's like, "You're a big motherfucker." It was a white guy. He was like, "You're a big motherfucker." So it was funny. I'll tell you this quick funny story. I'll tell you this quick funny story. Because, you know, as men or human beings, period, we don't think we look like all that because, you know, we might be down or just not feeling like we had our best. So I go in there and the nurse texts when I took off my coat and they were like, "Ooh, like you work out," even though it's a silly shit to ask. So I didn't think nothing of it till she brought 2 more girls to see me. She was like, "Are you okay?" And I didn't know it took 2 people. I didn't know it took 3 people to take your blood pressure. As a matter of fact, the blood pressure cuff was small, so they had to use a thigh cuff to put around my arm. You're a pigeon. So so that was like funny as shit to me.
Okay.
And did I get her number? No.
Last question for this round. We're gonna go into something else.
Okay, can I chime in?
I would implore Charles to start that workout channel. That's all.
Yeah, go ahead, Malik.
All right. Hey, look, I've been Brother Charles. First off, BGS, it's been a while since I've been on. How you been?
Pretty good. All
right, Brother Charles. Good to see you again. Hey, look, I've been suffering with knee pain for some years. I use Ben Gay. Is that bad, or the fish oil is better?
Neither.
I'm gonna put it to you this way: it's neither is bad because you want temporary and long-lasting relief. I'm not gonna lie to you. What you want to do is switch into like a variation of squats. See, sometimes what they saw with studies, squatting ass to grass might be better for your knees that they learn. And also, go see a therapist. Go to an MRI. Get a trainer. Yeah. Get an MRI. Get everything checked to make sure you don't have any tears. Get the X-ray. Get the MRI because guess what? They took an X-ray where they seen it was spring. They could see the spring. It took the MRI to see the fractures on my ankle and foot.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So imagine if I never got the MRI and I might have returned back to work sooner. And then next thing you know, I'm fighting with a suspect, and after I beat his ass, I'm even more injured.
You done tore your ACL. Got a nigga half on you.
Yeah, and trust me, I've had knee injuries. I'm pinned a guy in a wrestling match. And I've had like dislocations of my knee.
Art of Vidmore has a question for you, Charles.
No, what I was trying to say was, no, to be honest, no, I've had knee pains, and when where mine, I believe, came from, I was real little, and I was trying to do something I saw on TV, a Jackie Chan move, and I was doing a handstand and a kick, and the bone popped out of my knee, like stuck straight up. I was able to push it back in. I was able to push it. I was able to push it back in, but I was told I should. Years later, I should have done that.
You could have cut a blood vessel if you did that.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you what happened. I'm gonna tell you what happened from an experience. Right, I was at a wrestling tournament, freestyle wrestling tournament. Pinned a guy in 20 seconds. Went to sit down. Freak accident. My knee went left. The rest of my leg went right.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, okay.
You know, I sound like Frankie Beverly on a high note when they popped that motherfucker. The sports trainer came over, and he said, "There's no other way we can do this, but we got to pop this motherfucker." I said, "Okay."
Honestly, for me,
but make sure you go to the doctor.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that for an MRI.
In the MRI, if they say no to the MRI, get a fucking second opinion. Because I'm gonna tell you what, you want to make sure that if you're an athlete, and BGS will attest to this, and nameless protagonist, anybody who's done any sports on a very high level or any combat arts, martial arts, you're gonna get some natural wear and tears. Because what happens with your bones and your muscles rip. That's where you get the term you look ripped, because your muscles tear and become denser. That's why you make that little ball with your biceps. So, and then your bones, if you see Muay Thai guys kicking banana trees, that's because they deadened the nerves and they thickened the bones where it's spurt, but it's like a coat of armor. That's why you got to go see to make sure you don't have any tears or any fractures in your leg. So if they don't, so go check it out. I mean, people will be like, "Man, just walk it off." Fuck that. You want to be able to walk. Period.
Yeah, that's good advice, Charles.
Hey, no, to be honest, I don't think I can do any squats. But maybe if after I get the MRI and X-ray, maybe I could try squats later.
And then go. And then what you want to do, which is a good alternate to squats, lunges.
Oh, okay.
Reverse lunges.
Hey, Malik,
lunges are a good. Hold on. Reverse lunges are a good alternate to squats.
Okay.
Hey, Malik, they got a YouTube channel called Knees Over Toes. And I'm a basketball guy. This guy has the best YouTube channel that really any information I've seen on knee rehabilitation for basketball players. He had like major knee reconstruction. He wasn't supposed to be able to play basketball, and now he's jumping out the gym like he could be in the NBA. White dude, man. And he's doing these amazing workouts, and part of his philosophy is to put your knees over toes.
And I'm gonna answer Art of Vidmore. You ain't say nothing but a word, nigga. After this Western Conference final game is over, I'm gonna do what I do best and beat your ass in there.
Sounds like a stream. Yes, sir.
Yeah, BGS, could you highlight Dr. Dunbar's comment?
I just did.
Charles, do you like when you do squats? Can you like? I know you have the knee injury and shit, but I know like with that how you describe the knee breaking. I know those that damn MCL was stretched, bro. Can you still load that knee with weight? Do you still like in the gym? Do you like still do like back squats and like front squats?
I'm gonna put it to you this way. I went to because my injury was line of duty, thank God, because it's on the city's dime. I go to the Under Armour headquarters in downtown Baltimore. So they make me squat, even when I don't want to. They make me balance on one foot on a piece of foam, catching a ball on both hands. They make me do all this arcane shit. So I can still do it, but it's like I know in my leg, because the reason why I stopped the therapy, because I have untold swelling in my surgically repaired ankle and foot. So that's why I'm going to all these doctors now to see why is it swelling. Even though in my mind of minds, I know they're gonna drain the motherfucker to see it. Is keep an eye on me to see what else is going on.
I bet it's inflamed though. It's just inflamed from like just already being stretched out and shit. Like, damn, man.
But even still, when my trainer, they had me hooked up to a chain. Like they had me hooked up to the chain and deadlifting like 300 pounds and doing squats. Like they would have me do like squatting, then bringing the weight up and curling. Squatting, then bringing the weight up and curling. So
shit, for a stud like that, even with the knee injury, that shit light work for you, Charles. Goddamn.
Let's not give me too much credit some days.
But some days you better than you ever were, nigga.
Some days I'll put it to you this way. It's funny as hell because I feel proud of myself anytime I make Kevin Nash like say when I met Kevin Nash in the NWO and Kevin Nash saw me, he was like, "Look at the arms on this motherfucker." So,
I have a random question too for.
But by the way, if you want, just to end this, subscribe to my channel. And the next live I do, I want everybody, all you 2,000-3,000 people who follow BGS, come on my shit. We'll do a Q&A there, so we don't bombard BGS.
Hopefully, it's 30,000 to follow you. So
right.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
But let me ask Charles this random question.
Last question, okay? It was supposed to be last question like 30 minutes ago. Go ahead.
No, what episode was it where Kevin shouted you out? Do you remember the title of the episode?
Well, it was his last one.
It was the last one. He said that you talk about fighting, right? And he said that you have to. There's certain ways you can fight a bigger guy. And he said what he said is he wouldn't fight Charles in a ring because he's too much mass. He's too big. He'd have to get him out in the open where he actually use the environment. That's what he said.
The environment, try to get on his back, get to his weak spot.
Well, in other words, you have more room to move around. There's the other stuff in the environment which can actually use the terrain to your advantage. Whereas in a ring, it's just you and the other guy.
You just gotta hit that nigga body. And Charles gonna be just eating that shit, man.
Well,
like,
the old classic stick and move. You better stick and move on a wall like that.
Go for the
Hey. One at a time. Calm down.
What Kevin said was, he was like, dude, he says, out of guys I want to fight, I wouldn't fight Falk. I wouldn't fight Charles Faulkner. He's like, he's a big, strong guy, and he's trained. He's like, I'm gonna make space and get and kick. You got to think, Kevin's 6'4", 6'5". I'm 5'10". He's gonna use them kicks to his advantage. You don't want a guy with my size to box you and get you in the corner and box you. You want to use your kicks and your jabs to keep range, and you sure as hell don't want a guy like me to wrestle you. So
that's how you get choked out, get your knee broken and shit, get your arm broken, all type of shit, man. The big nigga like me keep you on the other end of my fist, just good 6 feet away from you, dude. Fuck that.
So
Kevin Samuel, 6'4", 220. He's a good sized man. Goddamn it, I'm here to tell you. So for him to have to go up against Charles, that would be a real mismatch both ways. Charles will have to get him on the inside, and Kevin will have to keep him at bay on the outside.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, that's what he was. Yeah, go ahead, and then we got the next subject coming.
Yeah, I was just gonna say about the Kevin thing. When you say like, what's that, like 6'4", 220? What's that like? That's gotta be like damn near my proportions. Like
6'4", 220. 6'4",
That's Eric Dickerson. That's Eric Dickerson running back weight. That's Eric Dickerson.
See, Eric. Let me. I'm glad you said Eric Dickerson. Eric Dickerson was actually he was 230, but
he's 6'3", 229. 6'3", 229.
Eric Dickerson was an anomaly at running back. So was Bo Jackson. Nobody that big.
Charles went out. Is it just me?
No.
Charles went out.
I'm back. Can you hear me again?
You got a lot of noise, True.
I'm gonna just say this. Guys like Bo Jackson, who's 6'2", 6'3", or Eric Dickerson, 6'2", at 230, are anomalies because number one, you're not supposed to be that big and run so fast and gracefully. But God helps you if you're the nigga who got to tackle them, because you're gonna have like, you're not gonna have footprints. You're gonna have tire treads over your ass. Yeah. But what's the next subject, EGS? And if you want any more questions, I'll put my email there, and I'll put my link in the chat that you can ask, so we don't bombard the Shatterpoint.
Okay. All right. Yeah, whatever's next, you guys want to talk. They said somebody asked about Biden.
Truth and AL wanted to go into.
I just wanted to make some comments. I just had some comments on CRT from what I know. You know, being out here in Portland, man, CRT has been in the schools for a while now, and it's had a major impact on the city. You see these protests on the news. They're still protesting out here in the streets. They're getting rid of police officers. They've legalized marijuana, a couple years ago. Now they've decriminalized all drugs. I mean, you can sell any drug here, or you could buy any drug here, and it's decriminalized. And basically, the good things about CRT is it talks about race. Now, of course, it's a legal construct, and so the term kind of gets misapplied to any type of racial conversations that are sort of in a formal setting or in an institutional setting. They'll consider that CRT. So, to me, BGS, like even the work on the gynocracy, to me, that's like a subset within CRT, because you're just breaking down racism. And so it can be very beneficial, because like now what they said here in Portland, another thing they just came out with, they said that they're going to stop pulling people over in disproportionate ways. So, a lot of times they pull black guys over, and then they pull the same black guys over. They're going to stop doing that.
That's what they say.
And of course, so out, if you never experienced it, it's funny because I hear black folks, they're like, man, I don't trust this. And I'm like, no, man, this is like the best thing ever. But if you never actually seen the change, I could definitely see why people are worried. And then, of course, here's the problem, is that you don't have a lot of black men like ourselves involved in putting the coursework together. It's a lot of feminists. It's a lot of well-intended white people who aren't necessarily, they don't understand it like we understand it. So the people who really suffer from racism the most, of course, is black men, yet we're not really, writing the policies or even writing the coursework. So here's what's problematic with CRT is that, let's just say, you got a business. And so you say, well, I want somebody to come in and train my employees about racism. Well, that would be considered CRT. Well, what happens is you'll have, or this happens in the schools too. You'll have, so what do you call it? Like, you'll have like some crew is hired to come in and they teach some people, but they do it in a way that can be very grating, very off-putting. It could seem racist against white people to the people in the class. And because it's so brand new and they don't understand the concepts, they feel like they're being attacked. So this is why when you see on Fox News all the time, they go, oh, CRT, they hate white people. It's just here to make us feel guilty. And so I've been a part of CRT trainings. I've actually done it before. I've done it right. I've seen how people have done it wrong before. And so it's just kind of one of those things that if you don't do it right, there's going to be a lot of blowback. But if you get it right and over time, it's going to make a huge impact in this country.
My question to you, Truth, is how does CRT fit in with intersectionality? Because you kind of touched on something real quick that, black men are the most affected. So if you most likely have a black woman going in and teaching at a company or even a small business, how do you think that works out, with her intersectional view of the world?
Yeah, I would say that black women aren't necessary. It's not black women are going to say anything that's really too off-putting or that's going to be incorrect or that's going to be necessarily problematic because they're black women in intersectionality and because it's intersectionality. I think that it's more as if intersectionality doesn't really include black men. And so without black male voices, we can't really expect, we cannot expect anybody else to speak on behalf of black men, including black women, and maybe especially black women, to really speak on our behalf. So, I've always said this too. I always say, like, as black men, like even the black manosphere, I think it would be a benefit to us if we actually considered ourselves feminism. Now, don't beat me off. Don't kick me off for saying that. But I'm saying that because a lot of feminists, they go, we want male feminists. We want male feminists. Well, a lot of black men, for a very good reason, do not like feminism, see through feminism, and don't want to have anything to do with it. But I think it would be actually in our best interest if we had men like ourselves consider ourselves and go into the field of feminism, not to adopt their philosophy, but so they can adopt our philosophy.
Which is going to be a tough chore. That's a tough chore.
Yeah, it is.
They trust and believe. I got 5-6 professors say that's a hard fight, man.
Well, where I went to Portland State University, which is a very left-leaning university. So schools like Portland State or Evergreen, of course, like Evergreen College up in the Northwest. Now, those type of places that they would actually have black male feminists come in, but you don't get a lot of black male teachers in general. So, to even so,
and the black film, from what I'm hearing, the black film feminists are not that far off from what the female feminists are actually teaching. They're not that far off. This is coming from people in the field. That's why I brought in a Green Gorilla, a Dr. Johnson, a Ronald Neal, because they know this stuff from the ground up.
You're saying the black male feminists that are in there don't sound much different?
They don't sound much different.
No, they don't sound any different because they adopt their philosophy. That's why I think it's like men like ourselves should. I mean, this is black male feminism. I mean, in reality, it is black male feminism because it's our own stories. It's about race and class and gender.
That's not feminism.
Well, it depends on your definition of feminism.
The field is called black masculinity. They've already defined it.
Fair enough. Well, it'd be in the same department, be in that same social sciences department, which would be right. It'd be right next door to feminism. So they're hand in hand in a lot of ways. And as a matter of fact, they should merge. And if they don't, that's going to be a real detriment.
Because your black feminists are fighting you tooth and nail. Trust and believe. That's how come they're on YouTube, because they can't get any traction in the university. That's how come Dr. Curry had to go from University of Texas all the way to Edinburgh.
Yeah, I believe it. It is what he said.
You tooth and nail. Basically, Dr. Johnson just did a whole live stream on black masculinity and versus feminism. It's just a whole live stream, 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago. Yeah, she did a whole stream on it.
I'll go check that out.
Yeah,
I know that's going to be a tough fight, but I think that's a fight that should be undertaken. I mean, because we have to do it just for the black community, for black children.
We're already doing it. The thing is, you think we have to go into their realm and do it.
It doesn't have to be formal.
It doesn't have to be formal like that. The thing is, it's already starting to erode it. There's ways of doing it without doing it the way you talk about. Because if you try to take them on their turf, guess what's going to happen? You're going to get your head.
Lose.
Yeah, you're going to lose.
Well,
so I'm
possibly.
Sorry.
But
this is what possibly is. Okay, I can't tell you the number of professors that lost their jobs by trying to even bring up statistics about black males. Okay, it's not a joke. Yes, it's not a joke.
So, in other words, we don't have to go to the institutions; they already got it on lock. You're not going to be able to break that.
And this is the only avenue that we have that they can't get at. That's actually spreading the message, spread the word, because I have a lot of people, trust and believe, man. I've been doing this. I've been studying this shit for the last 2.5 years. Okay, so I know what the fuck I'm talking about, right?
There's a lot of politicians and lobbyists that back them.
Yeah. So in other words, yeah, because the money is actually filtered through from white men to white women and into black feminists. So you try to go into the university, try to do that. You're not going to get, number one, you're not going to be able to teach. Okay, they're going to get rid of you.
Too much
pushback. You want to get your PhDs. This is coming from the guys that have their PhDs that are actually talking about black masculinity, and they're telling their guys that actually want to go into teaching, go into professorship, going into this realm. Okay, these are your do's and don'ts. So you can't come in trying to change the system like that, because you can get your head handed to you.
Basically,
I can say, but all I'm saying is that like you're saying, you have to do it by different ways. So this is sort of like, like how CRT works. CRT just didn't necessarily start in universities and colleges. It wasn't taught in high schools. What it is, it's more grassroots. So actually, like the work that we're doing here on YouTube, and as this information gets disseminated out to the public,
you guys carry on. I'll be right back.
It's going to really start to reach a larger demographic. So, sort of like a form of guerrilla warfare. Feminism, black masculinities is very akin to feminism. I mean, it's just right there in the words, and they'd be in the same department. So, maybe it may seem impossible now, but in 5 years or 10 years, you might start seeing black masculinities headed by Dr. Tiasan Johnson. You might see more of these type of programs starting to open up in different liberal universities around the country.
But Truth, you said guerrilla warfare. So I look at the internet as this is our force, right? This is the space where the institutionalized black feminists, particularly the people that subscribe to a particular brand of intersectionality, when they come through here, this is when they get sniped. This is when they get their head taken off, because we don't necessarily have to play by those rules. We don't have to play by the standing army rules and the Code of Geneva and all this other stuff, the Geneva war rules and none of that. But we are bringing facts. We are bringing, data and statistics that they rarely, if ever, bring up about black men and our particular plight.
I'm going to tell you, and this is coming from the professors, right? You're getting a better college education in the social sciences right here on fucking YouTube that will cost you like $100,000, right? And you get it unfiltered from the horse's mouths. Okay, what Gigi is doing by himself, you would never ever hear that in a university ever.
Never.
He would get fired for even preaching. He'd be in the president's office like every day if you try to teach it the same way. Okay, you're getting a better education here from Dr. Neal, Gigi, and Dr. Johnson that you would never ever get in a university. Take advantage of it. There's a reason that they're here.
Well, what I'm saying too. Now think about this. Think about this about the process called the institutionalization of instruments. You hear that phrase, go, what's that mean? Well, everybody knows what it means. It's like
basically you have to go. It actually comes out of Carol Quigley's book, The Evolution of Civilization, from an instrument to an institution. It goes through in fact, I might even do it. I actually did a video on it on my MGTOW channel. I'm actually poured it over and actually show it, because he went through. That's where it comes from. It comes from Carol Quigley.
Right, it comes from Carol Quigley. So that's my point, is that the work that's being done here, what Dr. Tiasan Johnson is doing, on his website and on his channel, and the scholarly work that he's doing. Well, as this starts to go over time, it seems radical now. It might be guerrilla information that's on the web, and it seems as radical. Man, in 5, 10, 20 years, all of a sudden it's in universities. As a matter of fact, that's probable. If you go by the trajectory of history, that's usually the process, and then it becomes mainstream and socially acceptable. And that's kind of where CRT was. CRT used to be, in coffee shops, and then pro-Black Panthers having these secret meetings, getting bombed and shot at. Now all of a sudden they're teaching this stuff in high schools and middle schools to where no black kids are even in the classroom now. So I think that I'm actually kind of optimistic on that. You got to give it time.
Well, the thing is, we have to figure out. Okay, it's not that it's being, because they can give it a name, CRT, right? But the thing is, how do they implement it compared to what it was supposed to be? And even Derek Bell said he didn't believe that that it would ever get worked out as far as racism and how it's implemented between black folks and white folks. He said that himself. He didn't think it would ever get worked out. But we have to see. Well, so if they're pushing it, we want to see how are they pushing it, and how have they watered it down? Did they change it? How are they trying to implement it?
From what I saw, it's not watered down. It's actually probably too aggressive.
The thing is, it might be aggressive where you are, but the thing is that going to be nationwide?
Not in Texas,
or Florida, or wherever,
Georgia,
right?
Yeah,
because each state
definitely not Florida,
and the CRT that they teach may come back, and they might water it down in Oregon.
Yeah, they will. They probably need to.
Texas has already tried to pass legislation barring it.
Yeah. Anyway, somebody had a question.
Oh, critical. Okay, never mind. Critical race theory.
No. Somebody else had a question. It wasn't you.
Oh, I got a question. It's like this right here. When we're talking about critical race theory, like what exactly are they talking about? Is it like more of the trying to cover up certain things about slavery?
No, it's more about policy. In fact, Truth did actually a really good job of talking about what it is, because Derek Bell was a lawyer. Okay, now bringing in slavery and stuff like that is part of it, part of the history, but also how does it work out as far as the policy, as far as profiling, as far as the laws that are practiced, as far as who goes to school and who gets how is it implemented? Do you send boys to special ed instead of giving them more help? Critical race theory is part of that. So it's a complex thing. In fact, a lot of, like I said, I've named like 3 or 4 books, like The Color of Law is part of critical race theory. The Color of Money was actually which is talking about lending and stuff like this, part of critical race theory. Also, New Jim Crow by what's her name?
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
She actually based her book off of Derek Bell's work, which is critical race theory. All this stuff is critical race theory. It's about how policy is actually implemented.
Okay, my thing is this right here is as far as black male studies, I don't really know if black male studies is going to like reach a broad amount of universities, which majority of universities are liberal. And black men, we're at the bottom of the totem pole. So I don't understand. I mean, I don't think, me personally, I don't think that they're going to bring black male studies across the nation, because we're irrelevant.
No, we're not.
I know we're not, but to the masses, we're irrelevant. Like we're always
those protests. What about all those protests?
Yeah.
What are they protesting for?
I know one thing: if they're protesting for us in a roundabout way, they're going to put the black women in the forefront.
So in other words, basically, what kind of power do black women really have?
The power that their oppressors give them.
Their power, also, but what are they supposed to control?
Us.
Us. Who's us?
Black men.
And so, what if we get out of control?
Get your ass back in line, bro.
No, hold on.
If we get out of control, it's going to be the black woman powered with the white man's authority.
Gynocracy.
Did that work during civil rights?
No. No, but a lot of black males died behind civil rights.
There's always casualties. There's always casualties. But what did the United States have to do during the civil rights? They had to do what? Come to the table and make a concession, right? They had to cut a deal.
They cut a deal with black women and white.
No, they could do what they do. Basically, if you think you're discriminated going to get a goddamn job, right? They have all these layers that you can go to. Okay, that didn't happen overnight. Okay, that shit wouldn't even happen even back in the 60s. Trust and believe. Okay, you benefit from that shit.
Oh, no. I'm not saying that we didn't benefit for it. We benefited by it, but let's face it, who benefited the most?
But the thing is, it wasn't a goddamn women that had the deal cut, was it?
No, but who's reaping the most benefit?
It doesn't matter. The thing is, what I'm getting to is that if black men get out of control and refuse to go along, guess what they're going to have to do? They have to cut a deal.
Are you sure? Because they hadn't cut a deal first.
They're already starting to do it.
That's what's happening now.
That's what's happening now.
Think about this. You have the gynocracy. You have black children, black boys out in the streets. In poverty. Fatherless homes, and you have this high crime rate. Did they say, well, we're not going to do anything for you? No. What happened was black women said, you know what? We're going to organize. We're going to get on social media. We're going to have a world-class memetics war and attack the minds and penetrate the minds of everyday Americans and share, and then share different shootings and protests. And then really start to create this hornet's nest and galvanize the masses in a major way in one of the biggest, probably the biggest protests in world history. And now all of a sudden they didn't just push black women aside. Now black women are getting what they're asking for. They're getting billions from Google, billions from Goldman Sachs, heads of CBS, Netflix series. So if black men, if we organize, now I don't think black women are going to do it for us the way we would think they would. But if we organize the way we did, we'd get very similar results.
How are we going to organize when we got? How are we going to organize when we got the white males, the black woman, and a bunch of crap in the barrel black men?
You the same way you've been doing it for 200 years. It didn't start this stuff. The 300 years. This stuff didn't start yesterday. You keep doing what you've been doing, right? You have to do it anyway.
We're going to
do it anyway.
What's
your choice? What are your choices? You gonna tuck your head and go along to get along? What are you gonna do?
No, the only thing we can do is pull ourselves up by the bootstraps and do.
Ain't no such thing. Ain't no such thing as pulling yourself up by the bootstraps. Yeah, he said it.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now.
That was an oxymoron based off what you were saying.
There's a lot of black men out here that pull themselves up by the
No, it's not. No, it is not. Everybody's
statistically no.
No, everybody lives in a system. Okay, you
yes.
use a system.
I agree. What I'm saying is when I say pull yourself up by the bootstraps, there might be an avenue that's less taken.
It's the phrasing. What you're saying is that basically you just do the work. You know, you might have the odds stacked against you. You might might not see the payoff in your lifetime. You don't know what the outcomes are, but you just say, fuck it, we're going to just do it anyways and live with the results. That's what you're saying. When you say pull yourself up by the bootstrap, there's a lot of different stuff you're saying with that.
Yeah. There's a lot of spectrums in that, but that's not in the sense that I'm talking about.
We'll clarify it for us because you're not making sense right now.
So the aspects that I'm saying is like there's military, right? There's the people.
That's not bootstraps. Okay, that's working within a system.
No. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's like this right here. Sometimes those systems are difficult for black men to be successful in.
No, they're not. They're not. The biggest thing that keeps black men out of the military is guess what? ASVAB.
Education.
They can't read.
I get it, but I'm gonna tell you one thing though.
Really?
Because I've been in for 15 years. Oh yeah, absolutely. He's absolutely right about that. But what I'm saying is, even with me being in the military 15 years, I've had to fight to stay in the military. I had to maneuver, and who I had to maneuver around? White men.
Of course.
I've seen black women in the military overweight, barely passing PT test, make it all the way to first sergeant.
Okay.
They don't work the same for us. That's what I'm saying. Depending on what avenue.
Nobody said it did. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a manosphere if it did, would it?
But what I'm saying is like when I say pull yourself up by the bootstraps, I'm essentially talking about grinding. You're gonna have to find a avenue to approach. And you're gonna grind. Rather you start off if you start off in law enforcement, if you're working for the city, if you're working for the federal government, you just got to keep your head down and you got to grind and take care of your family.
It's a big world, man. You don't have to. Basically, there's so many systems. You know, that's why it just boggles my mind, man. You got so many systems on this planet now, different ways you can go. So in other words, you don't basically, okay, the reason that the PhDs are even here because this is another avenue outside of the university. Okay, it's a different avenue. In other words, you can get the same things done and bypass the restrictions because that road is blocked. Okay, but the thing is, you got to know how to use the system. You have to know how to use your terrain. In the military, they teach you how to use your terrain, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, basically, if you're in the middle of the desert, bootstraps are not going to get you very far, is it?
No, camaraderie does.
In other words, the system, the terrain, and the resources that are available to you is what you're going to get you, help you survive in any environment where you're at. And military is a system, right? That's been built over a long period of time. It has laws and precepts which you had to use to stay in the military, right?
Yes.
You had to learn how to use it.
Yes. So I'm not arguing you there, but what I'm saying is sometimes those processes become difficult. They become tough.
So,
okay, let's look at it like this: mental agility. What would happen if we did this?
That's not bootstraps.
What if we did this? What if so Dr. Tiason Johnson, he's like in the California university system, correct?
Yeah.
So let's just say we did this. Let's just say all the black male content creators in the manosphere said we made a series. Everybody made 5 videos within 1 month, and we spread this out or 90 days. And we said that we want all of our listeners, all of our subscribers, to write in a handwritten letter or a typed letter into his university, to the president and to the department head and to 3 letters and to the news stations. Call into the news stations, call into the university and say, we want a Black masculinities department at your school, and we actually want them at all the schools. And then what we got on social media, we start just hammering away. We're going to make Tiasan, we're going to put Tiasan Johnson in as the department head of masculinity studies at his university, and we're going to use social media and social pressure, and we're going to galvanize Black men. And then we reached out to other demographics all around the country. What do you think would happen if we did that?
The same thing that happened when we asked for reparations.
No, depend. Everything is timing, right? Everything is timing. Just you're in the military, man. You should know this already. Your terrain and your environment determines of whether you're going to win or lose that battle, right? And what equipment that you have, right?
Not necessarily.
Maximize the battlefield to your advantage.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, say you need air power, right?
Yes.
Okay. And basically you don't have enough troops on the ground. Say you're a small force, you're in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of enemy territory, and you need helicopters, right? But you have a storm going on. That's what's going to happen to you if you try to enter into that fight.
You're not going to enter in that fight. You're going to hunker down.
You're going to lose. If you enter into that fight, you're going to lose it, right?
Yeah. But you're not
exactly.
But here's one thing that a lot of people don't understand about the military. You have a mission, and yeah, your mission could be to gain territory, right? But at the same time, if you don't advance forward, but your commander's intent is to get to a certain distance, if you don't get past that distance, but you meet the commander's intent, guess what? You accomplished that mission. So there's sometimes when you can have a significant amount of casualties in war, and you would think that you have lost, but no, you met the commander's intent, so you accomplished the mission.
Go read military history, man, about terrain and stuff like that, man.
Let me put it to you this way, right? I'm going to give you a good story of military history. Let's look at Italy with Milanek the second versus the Italians. Is it tougher invading a place, or is it tougher having the person come to you?
Invading.
Well, I don't even now or back then. Back then, it's probably invading. Because
even now, it's still tough to invade because guess what? What did we learn in Iraq? When those people, it's like for those people over there, right, in Iraq, guess what? How can you tell friend from foe?
Exactly.
How can you?
Uniform combatants, Charles. You know just as well as I do.
In other words, you don't have just as well as I do. No. I was in Iraq.
This is guerrilla warfare, so there is no uniform.
I'm in Iraq, so I'm going to tell you there were no uniform combatants. So in other words, the same motherfuckers who are fixing your roads in the morning are the same motherfuckers who could be shooting at you at night. So when you can't tell friend from foe, and then on top of that, who's the master of the terrain? The people who live there all their life, or the people invading?
The call proved that. They proved that.
Then on top of that, when they can set IEDs up in a little fruit stand, boom. Uniform combatants is conventional. Were they fighting a conventional war or an unconventional war?
I wanted to say this real quick to what you're saying, BGS, and this is a good time, BGS, to bring up the decline of America and why they want to. They see what's coming down the pike, so they want to have their citizens kind of come together on some shit. So that goes with your time, with his question about timing, right? Or your statement, better yet, about timing. So elaborate on that so he could, we can move him along a little bit.
But the thing is that we got to understand where you are in a particular cycle, right? What does your environment look like? Look at your demographics. White people are actually declining, right, for a whole host of reasons. Okay, and their power is declining worldwide. Okay, so they need as many of their people that think like them, that actually socialize like them, together as possible, because you can't go out and conquer it anymore. Can't go out and get new people anymore. You have to work with what you have. So And eventually, admixture they can't. Eventually you have to stop trying to prevent admixture. Admixture is normal. Okay.
Yes. Are you talking
one
about
time? Huh?
Are you talking about the conservatives or
I'm talking about everybody. They all read the same thing, man. They all look at the same stuff.
Mental agility. You also brought up reparations. You said, what about reparations? They won't give. It's the same chance of us getting reparations. Well, again, this is about timing. If you look at these studies, that they're coming out when they do take statistics. 30% of white Americans are now pro reparations. Now, you're not going to need 100% of Americans to get a reparations bill passed. You're just going to need a critical mass. So if you get 45, 50% of white Americans, 60%, well, you got critical race theory starting to seep into schools. And eventually, man, you can't stop that information. So what's going to happen?
My problem is that I feel like the critical.
They have to absorb these people eventually somehow, right? And especially before the next phase of automation really comes in, okay? Because in 20 years, race is going to be irrelevant. Won't matter.
It don't matter. Really not.
Well, here's an example. Look at what Fox News tried to do with that heavyset sister they put on there, talking about it's about forgiveness and whatnot. They, even on the right side of the political spectrum, they see the trend coming, so they're already trying to put your sellouts and your patsies out there to kind of stem the conversation away from a financial economic reparations money. Okay, so that lets you know the reparations conversation, it's going in a direction that's positive for ADOS, and these people are already trying to stem it. So it is about timing. This was not happening 10 years ago.
The biggest blockade to reparations is not white people; it's actually black people.
They got mad at you, BGS, for bringing up reparations. They got mad at you. I heard that. That was crazy. You took on like 25 guys at a time. They're trying to shout you down. We don't want reparations. It'll never happen. Can't happen. Why would you want reparations?
Yeah, that's the biggest. I've been looking at studying for like 35 years. Go ahead. What you got, man?
I'm glad you said that, because during the C-19 and these stimulus checks, a large majority of us showed America what we do when we get free money. When we get money that we did not earn, but our ancestors earned. They've shown it.
What did they do? What did they do with the money?
They turned around and gave it back to them.
They spent the money that you in the system that you're already in. Okay.
Yeah.
There's a way to do reparations. I can't do it because every time I do it, I get a 202 call. It's a real easy way to do reparations. There's a real easy way to do it. Okay. If you think about it, I'll give you one hint. It's called the what is it called for in banking? I'm drawing a blank on it. In other words, in other words, if you get in one cash deposit, a dollar cash deposit, you actually loan out 12. Okay.
The way I see it,
fractional reserve.
Fractional reserve.
Ooh, I got it! Yay!
Hey, mental agility. You were saying that black people got money from the past, from white folks. For what were you saying about that? You're saying black people got reparations before?
No, I was talking about stimulus checks.
And a stimulus check. In other words, see what you did just right there.
What's the name?
That's the biggest reason why you will not get reparations, because black people just you doing just what you said. That's why you won't get it.
Think about what
Hey, one at a time. Who's first?
I gotta say this to Mental.
One at a time. Who's first?
Me. I gotta ask Mental this because he said that. Mental agility. What was the name of it again?
Stimulus.
What was the name? Stimulus. You were supposed to spend the money to do what?
Stimulate what?
Stimulate the economy, but also pay bills.
That's what people did. That was one of the complaints. That was one of the complaints, is that people actually were paying bills and doing what? Stimulating the economy with whatever money they had left over, if they had leftover money.
You're beating up on black people pretty tough.
No,
I mean, you give people crumbs during a pandemic, and then you say, "Oh, they just blew the money." I mean, it's not like people got that much money.
They still blew it. A lot of them still blew it.
Let me explain. A lot of them blew it doing what? What did they spend it on?
So when I was back in Texas, that's when I got the stimulus check.
What did they spend it on?
A lot of Hennessy, a lot of barbecues. Folks was buying rims, all types of nonsense.
What that money goes back into what?
The economy.
Where it stimulated the what?
Economy.
What did they give them the check for?
To stimulate the economy, I guess.
Exactly.
But what do you think the large majority? What do you think the large majority of people are going to do? Because it's like this right here. Let's just face it. There's a lot of people that look like us that do not care about education.
So in other words, we don't deserve reparations, right?
No, I'm not saying it. Not at all.
What are you saying then?
All right, great. I'm glad you asked. What I'm saying is that if we're going to give stimulus checks, not stimulus, if we're going to give reparations, we need to give reparations in forms of what's going to help the Black economy. If we're going to give reparations, we're going to give reparations in the form of free education. We're going to give the reparations in the forms of opportunities to start businesses. Things of that nature.
Okay, can I say something real quick, BGS?
Go ahead. Yeah, because you don't have a plan. In other words, you really don't know how the economy works.
Number one, this is how reparations should be given. There should be monetary, educational. It also should be expungement of nonviolent crimes. There should also be land and / housing with unrestricted development of that land.
40 acres and a mule.
Let me ask you a question, right?
What's a comprehensive plan?
What's the biggest bank in the United States?
Is it Bank of America?
Bank of America. How many assets does Bank of America have? Is in dollars?
I couldn't tell you.
Is it like 60 billion?
It's more than that. Close to like maybe 100 billion. More than that's like 200 billion in assets. Okay. All four of your banks maybe would have what? Maybe $1.5 trillion in assets, maybe, right? Right. I'm not supposed to do this because it gets me on my ass in trouble. What if you got what if, say, with reparation? Give me a number in reparation you think we should get that's fair.
Every Black person get $100,000 a piece.
No, a total number. Listen,
10 or 15 trillion, somewhere around there.
I was about to say 32 trillion.
32 trillion. Imagine just if, and this is just wild blue yonder, right? What if you have a reparations bank, right, that gives out loans and shit like that, especially when you multiply it by 12, which is fractional reserve, right? Multiply 32 trillion by 12 and see what kind of number you get.
Yeah, they're never gonna be.
Hold on. No, everybody shut up. I want him to do it.
Oh, that's gonna be more than the national debt.
So how much power would Black people have if they had a bank like that with that much money?
They're not going to give it to it because they're not going to give it to it.
I did not ask you that, did I, sir?
They blow it on Hennessy.
No, do I have to drop everybody else down or what?
No, you don't. So BGS, it's like this right here.
Mr. Know-it-all, I want an answer. I want an answer.
Great. That would put us in. That will put us up with the Yarmulke community.
More than the Yarmulke community, right?
If we used it right, absolutely.
No, we don't have to use it right because the bank is going to use it right? Because it's power, right?
Yeah.
That's the way you work. I can't give you the whole details because trust and believe.
I understand.
They don't want me to tell you this, but I gave it to you. Do your homework, okay?
What I'm saying is, how does the government find that feasible?
I gave you the details of how it could be worked. Do your homework, okay?
Right.
It's not rocket science, okay?
But certain things just don't sound feasible.
You use the system. I said if. I didn't say it was going to happen, right? But you asked me how could we do it, right? Wasn't it the question you just asked me?
Yeah, but that's not feasible.
Why is it not feasible?
This is a debt system, bro. They just add.
How is it not feasible? Let me know how that's not feasible.
Because our current that would plummet our currency.
Why?
How much? Because it's like this, right? Because people are going to utilize those finances, and if those finances get utilized, and if they get depleted all the way, that basically doubles
Why
our
would
national debt.
why would it deplete it all the way?
Because everybody's going to try to take advantage of it. Because let's just face it. Everybody in America is entitled, and if you get those people
so if you get a low interest loan for a black business at a very low rate because of this money, which would be better?
Oh, definitely the very low interest rate.
So in other words, dude, we don't need reparations because you don't have no faith at all in your own people, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying. That's what you just said.
You're not listening to me. No, you're not listening to me. What I'm saying.
Okay. Where's the faith that anything that you just said about your own black people? Go ahead.
What I'm saying is it's all about.
No. Where is it? Where's your faith?
I'm trying to answer. So
well, answer.
just like what you said, and just like Charles Faulkner said, if the bank compartmentalized that money, and that money is used for certain specific things,
like
that
what?
is going to put money back into the community,
like
such as education, such as businesses,
yes,
such as land, such as building on real estate and property not being taxed.
How even if you tax it, so what?
I mean, so what? That's fine. You know what I'm saying?
What's the difference between us and white people as far as finance? Is getting what? Access to what?
Finances.
Capital. How about all your geniuses that need a good startup, like maybe Truth or maybe Z. Okay?
Me, so I could start my car business.
So here's the capital. So here's the problem. Here's the problem that I noticed you're not listening to, bro.
But he doesn't know enough about the economic system to realize what I just said.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem where he's not understanding. Number one, he doesn't understand that a white guy who makes $15,000 a year versus a black guy who makes $60,000 a year. How much does that black guy make a year times that white guy, BGS?
About four.
Four times. He's 4 times the man that white guy is economically, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what does that white guy have over him?
Skin color. I'm well aware of that.
Access to capital. Meaning that white guy could potentially make triple what that black guy make, if not quadruple. Yeah. If he goes in there and gets a fucking racism is economic.
The thing is, we don't want to. Because it's so simple. We don't want to go down the line. Go do your homework, man. Go do your homework.
Hey, mental agility. I got 2 questions for you. I got 2 questions. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much racism have you seen in your life?
7.
Second question. Are you familiar with the term internalized helplessness?
That's the first time I've heard it, but I think I understand what you're saying.
That's what it sounds like. That's what we're hearing. It's like you're saying, no, we can't do that. The white man won't let us. We'll just blow it.
I never said that.
You did.
No, I never said anything about helplessness. I said, hold on. I said, if we're going to give reparations, put it into positions, just like what Charles said, just like you said, compartmentalize it. Say this is what you're going to get the money for. This is what you're going to get the money for. What I'm basically saying is put the money in positions to where people that want to influence change can have access to that money.
In other words, can I say something to that real quick? Mm-hmm. Number one, how many times did Trump file for bankruptcy?
About
10. Because I'm gonna put it to you this way. See, anybody who's anybody will tell you. I'll put it in sports terms since niggas like sports. I lost my first match ever wrestling. Was winning 4-0. Rolled on my back. Guess what happened? Lost the match. At that point, Should I stop trying to be better, or should I give up because I fucked up? Because
keep trying to be better.
Because that's what the fuck you need to tell black people. Because guess what? How many businesses fail before they hit off?
80%.
So, in other words, fuck the fuck. Two things I even talk to my wrestlers. Two things you never look at. You never judge a man's wallet, and you never judge a man's dick. Don't ask him how many chicks he fucked, because hell, that guy might have bitches better than you. Don't ask how much that man makes unless he willingly tells it, because that man might make more than you. But guess what? You don't know that man struggles to get where he was. I'm pretty sure Robert F. Smith, probably the richest black man in a fucking America, probably the richest black man in America, most likely. How many times did he have to go through hurdles that made him want to give up? So, in other words, I've said it best. I said it once, and I'll say it again. Black women have a fair failure. Black men have been conditioned to have a fair success.
I don't.
Mental. Let me address you. Let me address you before you finish. Let me address you, because I really, as an ADOS cousin.
Yeah, that's why we're not going to get reparations, because of this right here.
But that's what I'm about to address right now, BGS. As an ADOS cousin, a person that was born and raised here, Haitian descent, I say this. BGS has heard me say this. Charles has heard me say this. Truth is, I know has heard me say this. Truth has heard me say this. Respectability, is the back door into some anti-black shit. What you're doing right now is practicing respectability politics. Well, the problem is we ain't gonna spend it on the right things, and we need to they need to put money like this. No. Wait, let me finish. Let me land. That's the issue. That's what BGS is stressing to you. If they decide to give y'all $150,000 straight cash, take it. If they decide, okay, we're gonna give y'all 100, then we're gonna have this fund over here for small businesses that with no interest loans or whatever the hell, take it. However they may, as long as the number's not too low, and there's no strings attached in some weird way, take it. The way you're sounding is, well, if it's not like this, then I don't know. That respectability is the back door to some anti-black shit, and you don't think that's what you're doing. Wait. But the panel is telling you that's what you're doing. And I'll pause right there.
Y'all are not hearing me.
We are hearing you.
Yeah,
we've heard this before. Yeah, we've heard this before, man. It's not new.
Like BGS, how many years have I been rocking with you?
About 5, yeah.
How many times you or I have actually heard this rhetoric?
About it would at least 1,000 right about now.
Because here's my shit.
Stop the cap.
Here's my shit.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious. We can go back to the stream, and the very things you're saying has been said way before. You're not. It's not new.
No,
same thing.
All I'm saying is that there's change. Go ahead.
All right. Take 3 minutes and get it all out, because you keep repeating yourself. Get it all out for the last time.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not repeating myself.
Go back. Okay, give me the top. Give me bullet point. What are the top 3s that you just said, so we don't have to repeat it again? Go ahead.
What are the top 3 I just said?
Yeah, your top 3 arguments. Go ahead.
I mean, I've only had one argument. I said I don't mind reparations if it's in the form of something to where we can control, as far as education, as far as student loans. I mean, not student loans; those are education, and as far as businesses, and as far as real estate. That's what I'm talking about.
You said that 10 times.
Yes, it is.
You said that 10 times already.
But what I'm saying is like this right here. But you got to understand that. I mean, you understand more than anybody else.
I understand.
There's a hierarchy.
Why do you keep repeating yourself?
Because it's like y'all don't understand. Because
yes, we do.
He keeps repeating it because he doesn't believe it. What he believes is white folks do it and black folks blow it. That's what he believes.
It has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with white and black. It has everything to do with a hierarchy.
You believe that black people are children.
Wrong.
Yes.
White people are daddy. That's what he believes. That's the first thing he said.
No, that's not what I believe. What I'm saying is that there's a hierarchy.
Hold a second. No, wait a minute. I'll let you talk, right? I've let you talk. Yes, I have let you talk. You've been talking for the freaking person. You repeated this.
No, I have not. No, I'm not. You have not let me talk because you asked me to say you were
Come
repeated.
on, man. You're being argumentative now, and you're starting to be disrespectful. Come on.
I'm not.
You know what though? Let him speak to the hierarchy real quick. Wait. Let him speak. You said hierarchy. That was a word. You mentioned hierarchy. What do you mean by that?
Absolutely. People that understand systems, people that understand business, you put them in place, and then you have those guys, those individuals that are in those positions that can start businesses, those people that are in positions to where they can start real estate, that they can employ black people, right? You take that money and then you divide it throughout the masses of people that want to actually be successful, productive people in our community. What I'm saying is when it comes to reparations,
hold on. Let him finish. Let him
I'm
get it
saying
out. Get it all out.
What I'm saying is when it comes to reparations, okay, there's reparations in the form of this. There's reparations in the form of that. Okay,
No.
people that
Ain't no.
Okay, cool. I'm sorry. I'll bring it back. There's reparations in the form of business. There's reparations in the form of education. There's reparations in the form of real estate. All right. And other ones that I just can't think of on the top of my head, but we're gonna stick with those three. All right, people that can go in, black people, not white zaddy or whatever, black people that can come in and influence those positions. Okay, they start working and they divvy it down. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe that I'm like the
Go ahead.
Marcus.
No, go ahead and say it. No, go ahead and say
Okay,
it.
cool.
Go ahead and say it. Go ahead and say it. I know what you're getting ready to say.
I don't believe that everyone should have access to money to where they can do with what they will.
Why?
I knew it.
Hold on. Why?
Because they will blow it.
Yeah. Oh, really? So, that's a whole lot of confidence you have in your own people.
Oh, let me show you something.
No,
that
I have confidence in my people, but I understand.
No. We can't take that back. No, that does not what came out of your mouth, sir.
But I understand.
No, that's not what came out of your mouth, sir. That's not what came out of your mouth, sir. No, that is not what came out of your mouth, sir.
But bro, let me tell you what you've been. Let me tell you what you've been blowing.
That's fear. That's fear.
Let me tell you what you've been blowing to us for like the last 15 minutes.
One at a time.
That's
now you're gonna listen. Okay, we let you talk. Now you're gonna listen.
See, this is what you've been blowing to us for the last 15 minutes. Smoke.
Go ahead, Charles.
You've been blowing smoke to us for the last 15 minutes, and I'm gonna cam up and show you that you've been blowing smoke. Number one, you don't know. See, this is the beautiful thing about white people. They will let their raggediest motherfuckers. They will give their raggediest motherfuckers a chance, because just on the odd chance that motherfucker will make it. Okay? See, us as black folks, black men in particular, this is the reason why the women are winning. Okay? This is the reason why women are winning, because they on code with each other. So much so that they know that they're fucking up the community, but they're gonna be on code not to fucking admonish each other, not to punish each other, not to pull each other out. But you're gonna sit here for an opportunity that can make black people great again, since we on that bullshit. But yet you won't even give the average black person a chance. When do you hear Asian people talk about each other like that openly? Even Asian people will put their fucking retarded cousin in charge of a store.
Keep talking about.
Jewish people will never talk about each other like this openly. And you know why? You know why? No. You know why they're gonna succeed? Because they're on code to succeed, not on to admonish each other. And right now, what you're trying to say is that everybody else figured out this shit, but when we have an opportunity to get the capital that we built into this country, because guess what? The greatest economic boom was off of our black asses.
Exactly. That motherfucker.
And you're trying to make, and this is the shit that gets me upset, that you're making all these excuses not to be great.
Excuses.
Those are excuses. So you're telling me, how would you like to go to a bank and said, you know what? I want this new phone that can rival the iPhone. Okay, we'll give you the money for it. Okay, that business failed.
Remember the Falcon and his sister walking to the bank?
Yep. Thank you. Hold up. Can I speak to that one real quick? How the fuck is it? And that's the exact point that I want to make. Falcon literally is an Avenger, known around. He's not even known around the world. Aliens know who this black motherfucker is. But
y'all not listening to me.
I'm
not talking about the average guy.
Hold on. Just a good example of that. Motherfuckers know him in other parts of the universe. Save the fucking universe against a fucking universal threat. Still, the guy who was in the fucking bank, the banker knew him, wanted to take a picture with him, wanted his autograph, and gonna say, well, you don't have any credit from the last 5 years. Well, nigga, I was erased from fucking the planet. But I was good enough to save your fucking planet, but not good enough to fucking get a fucking business loan to save some raggedy fucking boat in Baton Rouge. That's what black people, that's why I love that fucking series. Because you saw 2 episodes of black people in 2 different generations. You saw the thanklessness shit that America gave the older veterans with fucking Isaiah Bradley, and you see him with people in my generation in the military go through when we look for fucking loans. And it's fucking guaranteed by federal law. Anybody else want that?
No, let me get this real quick. Go ahead, Truth. Go ahead. I'll go after you. Go ahead.
I got after you, Mr. Z.
So listen to some fucking. Man, how dare you turn your back on these motherfuckers? Your brothers, you bullshit, man. Fuck you talking about? Fuck what they should get. Fuck what they should have. Fuck what the education.
Calm down.
But this is ridiculous. It doesn't matter what they should or should not. They are owed the shit. Regardless of what you're talking about, regardless of what the situation you're bringing up, regardless of how you want this system to be built or how you want the money, how it should be distributed, certain people should get, that's fucked up. You don't do that. You don't do that sleazy little cutthroat shit to your own people, especially when they earn that shit. Getting beat up, getting killed, mutilated, raped, hanged, all this bullshit. What are you talking about? We still dealing with shit today. It ain't the same, but we still dealing with shit today. So how the fuck you gonna say that? You just gonna lead them? You gonna turn your back on them niggas? That's some shitty shit.
Yeah.
That ain't no real nigga shit.
He's giving the talented 10th argument. That's what he's giving. Which is like 150 years ago.
Yeah, it's like you better than, like, who the fuck are you?
Okay. All right, True. Down, boy.
Let me back up Truth real quick. So there's a reason why I asked you. I focused on the hierarchy argument because I knew that's where you were going. I heard it in the sound of your voice. This is the issue that you're gonna have. Who are you? And this is where Truth is going with you. Who are you to tell other black folks how they should spend their money if they do get this reparations? Number one. Number two, like I said earlier, and then you proved when BGS asked you the question, respectability is the back door into some anti-black shit. That's why BGS keeps on stressing to you, you don't have confidence in your own people. Because for you, if the money's not spent this particular way, then we shouldn't even get it. Here's the problem. And I say we loosely, I'm not ADOS, so I wouldn't get shit. But here's the issue, right? You're gonna have knuckleheads regardless. There's gonna be people, let's say it's 150, there's gonna be people that go out and try to buy that S-Class Benz, and then they're gonna go and they're gonna buy it, and they're not gonna have maintenance money for the bitch, right? That's gonna happen. But then you're gonna have other brothers, like the brothers that often swirl around in this space and that frequent this space, that are gonna huddle up with each other. Hey, Truth is over here and on the West Coast, Charles is over here, I'm over there, this person's over there. Hey, let's take our money, let's start a business here, right? We're not gonna take all of it just in case it fails. Let's put 25 together and start a business here. Or Art wants to open up this, let's all donate 15 or 20 grand. That way, if we lose it, it hurts, but it's not the end of the world. We still got the rest of our money. That's going to happen. And as a matter of fact, I would argue you would see way more of that than people going out to buy the Benz. Now, people will still buy a little $300 nice thing that they were looking at, or maybe $1,000 or $2,000 nice thing they were looking at. Your issue is you think that it all should be your way, which is land in business. Yo, people been hearing that for decades. Stop. Especially when it comes to business. Entrepreneurship is at a 40-year low in America. Number one, because the billionaires are pretty much pricing everybody out of the whole entrepreneurial game, right? And that's where you want people to invest what? 80 grand of that 150 in? 100 of it? 120 of it? You see the issue? Like, you don't even understand the landscape that you're living in right now in 2021. You're not in 1980 anymore.
I'm gonna unmute him. I'm gonna unmute him. So
go ahead.
Nigga, I will blow. If they give me
hold
$100,000,
on.
I'm blowing 10.
Yeah, go. Yeah, let's go. Who's next?
I had something I wanted to say is that just to have your back. Actually,
truth. No, the other truth. Calm down, man. Go ahead. The truth as I know it.
So I'm going to have your back a little bit because there is a proverb or a saying that says that a fool and his money is soon parted. So you're wise enough to know that some people will just blow their money and they'll destroy those assets that they get. So that's an issue. But I think, we all can, everybody sees that. A 10-year-old's heard that saying before. So since we all know that, don't you think that people would have financial services? You'd have financial advisors for, descendants of slaves who got reparations money, and that these are things that we talk about over Christmas dinner and Thanksgiving dinner and our family dinners, and we talk about, and it's on the news, and that Black people say, you know what, we're not gonna screw this up. We're gonna maximize this wealth that we have, and we're gonna make, like Mr. Z's saying, we're gonna make sound investments with that. I mean, we can't be so like, you have to see that, right? Like, and so the fact that that's not what you're saying, then we're like, why would you say they just don't deserve it? They'll blow it. That's just what niggas do. I think that's kind of the rub. It's a level of disdain that it looks like that you have for Black people.
It's not a level of disdain that I have for Black people, because it's like white people that's in a very, very low class will do the same. But what I'm saying is this right here, is that if we have a bank, like what BGS said, to where people will have to step up and say, okay, I need this money. Not necessarily I need this money for this. I need this money. Okay, we'll give it to you. That's just one obstacle. And there's some people that don't want to, hold on.
Wait, one second. Okay, do you know how a bank works, right? Okay. In other words, how many people get, do that one more time. I'm gonna bounce you, man.
Okay.
I've been patient with you. Okay. We spent how many an hour on this, over an hour on this one subject.
Yes.
Okay.
But I mean, you cut me off though, BG.
In other words, you keep. In other words, basically, you keep getting what banks do wrong, right? Do you get your check and cash the whole check and put the money in your pocket and walk off?
Well, I don't get it. It goes in my straight. It goes straight to deposit.
So now, do you know how banking systems work?
Yeah.
Okay. In other words, nobody comes in and actually maxes out their bank account to zero, do they?
No.
They don't, right? So as long as that money's in there, guess what happens? Okay, that money gets loaned out, right? To other banks, to business loaners, and all that kind of stuff. There's a whole banking circulation that goes along. Nobody comes in, even the poorest Black person doesn't come in and max out their bank, right? Max out their checking account to zero, right? Ever, right? On day one, right? Don't come in day one. I'm taking it in cash.
Not on day one.
Right. In other words, just like the bank, but those banks with those little pennies build up to be Bank of America, Chase, Manhattan, whatever, right? It works on the same principle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you give them an account where they can get to their money as they need it, guess where the bulk of the money is going to stay?
In the bank.
In the bank, right? And when they go to get so basically, if you need a car, say if it's a big body Benz or whatever you want to buy, right? Are you going to blow all your money cash to buy the Benz? You're actually going to get a loan.
You're going to go get a loan and get somebody else's money to get the Benz.
And you're going to get a loan. You're going to get a loan for that Benz, right? Because the money's yours, but you can get a loan for it, right? It's already secured. So the bulk of money though. So the bulk of the money is still going to do what? Stay where?
In the bank.
In the bank. Guess what? The money is still working for what?
The bank.
The bank. Who owns the bank? Black people, because it's your bank, right?
Yes.
That's the way it works.
But here's my thing.
BGS, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you just one question real quick?
Go ahead.
Does that money accrued interest?
Yes, it does.
Will that money also be used as residual for retirement?
Yes, it will.
Will that money also be used for education for Blacks?
Yes, it will.
for business.
And in endowments for HBCUs.
Yep. And can I ask you this question?
Yeah.
Will I still be working and use that as my direct deposit to put with the money I already have?
I hope yes.
So what the fuck are we worried about again?
Is the money available?
Yes.
The way you talk about it.
Hold on a second. In other words, okay, well, your money goes into whatever credit union, bank, whatever it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's on demand, right? Can you go get your money?
Yes, absolutely.
So what's the difference?
And then on top of that, you would actually want that to be a credit union more than a bank?
The difference is how many people are going to let that money sit in the bank as opposed to just drawing how much they are owed out and then spend it how they choose.
So in other words, okay, say every black person gets $200,000, right? Okay, just say, right? So you're gonna go to the bank and get $200,000 in cash and store it in your house?
No.
Where's it gonna sit?
They probably gonna go take $200,000 and spend the money that they've already spent it on. You know how black people operate. I mean, not black people. I'm sorry. I'm not even gonna say that.
No.
A lot of people spend that money before they even get it.
You meant it the way you said it.
And by the way, BGS, let's say black people get $200,000. Isn't money in the bank insured federally for $400,000?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, I'm the smartest guy up here. But even I know that.
Charles, you seem like an above average black man.
Vast majority of black people, or women, right? Women, what's the first thing a woman's gonna do if she get a bunch of money?
Spend that bitch like it never
No, she can go buy a house.
Yep.
And she go, instead of spending all her money, guess what she's gonna get since it's a bank? She's gonna get a mortgage.
But what when we talk about the first thing a woman does when she get a lot of money, how much is her money?
Can I say this to him simply?
Okay.
In other words, black people are going to be entitled to what I'm entitled. It's going to be the civilian version of the fucking VA housing loan. You're going to be guaranteed a fucking house, and it's going to be fucking. And guess what? If they found out if somebody's selling a house or building a house, you're gonna be first in line to get that motherfucking house because your money is motherfucking guaranteed by hook or by crook.
Yeah,
that's how men think.
So in other words, hold up. So that equity is gonna build like a motherfucker, correct? BGS?
Yeah, it will. Go learn about the banking system, man. Really,
I got a question.
Really, go ahead, because you don't know anything about the banking system. Go ahead.
I just have a question for that brother. So my question to you is, and this is two parts to it. How old are you? And just age range. You don't have to be.
37. You good?
All right. So, let's look at the way times have changed, right?
Yes.
With social media, internet, so on and so forth. There's a very small percentage in our black community that still associates with the riffraff. We're talking about men now, because obviously, like BGS, Charles, many others who have coming up to this platform, right? Opened up. There are more discussions about securing the bag than I've ever seen before. So if anything, if they were to cut the check for reparations, I totally disagree with you that you would have a mass majority of black individuals go into this spending spree, because there's too much source of information on being more of an entrepreneur or even catering the idea of group economics, because we have the, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying people are going to apply it, but what I've seen over the years, this is the most information I've seen black folks have that actually spread like wildfire for them to even think about, like, you know what? But they'll think 3 or 4 times before blowing that money. And then the other part that I would say is, again, that talented 10th mentality, man, it's a very destructive thing.
Yeah.
It's very destructive. And I'm a brother from the East Coast. I can tell you, I argue with many of those northern blacks up here who have this real comprehensive mindset. It's just like even with the whole voting rights. Oh, you better vote for the Democratic Party because we know what's best. and evidence proves totally wrong. And this is where you start to have this huge division within our culture that's always been around. I always bring up the analogy during the civil rights movement. Who was the boys that had the guns and the straps, the muscle? It wasn't the educated brothers.
No.
It wasn't, you know what I mean? It wasn't we all these intellectuals. It was the street hustlers, the pimps, the brother that just, the 9 to 5 who was about that life. And too many times, I hate to say this, many of those elitists or people who acquire that elitist mindset really downplay or marginalize the brothers who are really about that life. Because it's just like the whole situation, not to bring them up, but what you see with Kawhi Leonard. Kwame Brown. Kwame Brown. Brother is intellectual. He was fortunate to play in the league, made a lot more money than that other brother, Dr. Boyce and others. And then here you have them trying to marginalize him. But at the end of the day, he's still a man. And that's what I'm gonna say to you, brother, because and this is why I think the panel they're not coming at you, but it's a frustration because all of us started at zero. And then as we got older, we acquired certain things. But the problem is sometimes we look down at, we just because we acquire some things, we're still looking down at others because they haven't acquired, or we have this analogy or concept that, oh, well, I know better because I did it. Doesn't mean you're successful, but you did it. But you shouldn't downplay brothers, man. That's all I got to say.
Let me quick statement. By the way, Black people have a higher savings rate than white people. You're saving with less money, by the way. So that whole respectability shit that you coming in with the we gotta spin it wrong. Well, evidence shows that you saving the less money that you have. So what you think happens if you get 100, 120, 150,000? I'll pause right there.
Great. And then on top of that, if we get reparations, we're getting something that's unseen. You're looking at a people, and I like to quote BGS if you don't fucking mind.
Go ahead.
We're the only group of people in the history of mankind to be on the lowest of the totem pole and get equal rights to our superiors. Think about that. If anybody's trustworthy with the money, it's those motherfuckers. And then if you give Black people fucking reparations, you will actually get America out of its economic fucking stagnation that it's been in for the last how many years?
Oh God, got to be at least what? Well, this current iteration, like 15.
So, correct me if I'm wrong. Black people have a scarcity mindset overall, right? So Black people are gonna be like, yeah, we do.
We do.
So Black people are gonna be like, so Black people always been given less, and we maximize it to more. Because last time I checked, a lot of motherfuckers going to college now, still to this day, are the first motherfuckers to either go or graduate college. Correct me if I'm wrong. Once again,
for Black men, yeah.
For Black people, period.
I mean, who has the highest amount of student loan debt?
Black women, but guess what?
They don't make no money.
They still have the opportunity to go. See, this is the shit that I talk about. We're worried about shit that does not matter in the scheme of things.
Wait a minute. Yes, they do. Black women matter in the scheme of things when it comes to Black economics and Black families.
And the scheme of things, right?
Yes.
If we're going to talk about the scheme of things, correct? Look at it this way. Would you rather have the opportunity to do something or shit all over the idea?
For him, it's shit over the idea.
No, because I never said anything about shitting over the idea.
Okay, but let's think about student debt like this. So Black women have a high student debt ratio, but they've already look at what these college graduates have done. These Black female college graduates and what they've done to help transform the political landscape. America's never seen anything like this before. What do you think of all those billions of dollars that Google and Goldman Sachs and all these other mega corporations are going to do for Black women? You not think that's going to pay massive dividends over the next 25 years
for
and
us
beyond?
or for them?
Well, it's their debt. It's their debt.
Because yes, I understand it's their debt, but at the same time, they're doing that stuff to benefit them. They're not doing that stuff to benefit the black community.
How about their children?
Yeah, how about it? Because we already know how black women feel about their black boys.
You're just being argumentative now.
Yeah,
No, I'm not.
Contrarian for the sake of being contrarian.
No, I'm not.
In other words, man, at some point, okay. I've said this, man, because I've been looking at reparations attempts, man, over the past 30 years, man. And guess what? Black people aren't people that actually try to count their money before they even get a chance to get on the table to actually get it.
I agree.
And the thing is, and what you're doing is exactly that.
I'm not counting my. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. What I'm saying is,
how are you going to distribute money? How are you going to distribute money before you even get it on the table?
What I'm saying is,
wait till the contract gets on the table before you figure out how to cut it up.
And what was the point that you were trying to wait, mental? What was the point that you were trying to make with black women and the college loan debt, student loan debt? Go ahead.
What I'm basically saying is that, okay, I will agree, black men spend their money wisely, but black women don't. Black women come because they're the ones they're the first ones to go to college. They're the first ones to prove that they're independent. They're the first ones to prove that they don't need a man.
So you anti-black women in college?
But is college? Is college debt wasting? Is it wasting, or did you get something for it?
For them or for us?
For them, because you say what is the point you're trying to prove?
Because a lot of them when they go to college and they accumulate all this college debt, they don't even have the jobs that's going to be able to help them.
But the thing is, when they took the loans, did they go out and buy Birkin bags, or you went out and got a college degree?
They went out and got a worthless college degree.
It doesn't matter whether it's worthless or not. The thing is, it's practical. It's practical. Okay, it's practical.
Julie, I have a question for you.
I'm listening.
You bring up debt, right? So my question to you is, if you have a business right now,
yes,
aren't you going to apply for debt? Some type you're going to get a loan. Let's say you're trying to run a $30 million trucking company.
Okay.
Right? Are you going to acquire? I assume that you're going to present a business plan. Everything in front of an institution, right? Now, does that institution look at it like, well, we don't know, right? Are they just, if you present everything and all the qualifications that you meet to acquire this loan, are you not going to grab it?
I mean, if the loan is presented to me, yes.
Okay, so now it's no different from education.
No, it is definitely different.
How?
It is definitely different.
How?
Because it's like this right here. When you acquire debt for school, that's based off of potential that you're going to pursue a career. When you acquire debt as far as a business, you have a plan to get that money back to the person.
How many businesses fail, black or white?
80%.
Okay. So when you're in a business, you plan to fail?
No.
Or not pay back the debt?
No.
What?
Or else you wouldn't come in there and get the loan.
Lay down. Sit down.
It's not the same thing because some educational degrees are not practical.
It is the same thing. Basically, everybody doesn't get a return on their investment, right? In other words, everybody don't get a return on their loan. Do you think these chicks went into college thinking that I'm just going to go to college and not pay back the debt because I'm going to have a worthless degree?
All right, cool. I'm gonna play the game. No, they didn't.
They didn't. So if you go into business, you think your business is going to fail?
No, but I know one thing for sure. Two things for certain. One of the big pushes that they tried to present after oh boy, I ain't gonna say his name, got elected, was to abolish student loan debt.
Say his name.
No, because I'm in the armed forces. I can't say his name.
Huh?
Oh, you can call him by his proper name, right? I'll say it for you. You're talking about Biden.
Well, we're talking about President Joe Biden.
Joe Biden. Yes.
Your commander in chief.
Yeah.
You can talk say the president.
All you have to say use his whole term, whole name. You actually call his name. You don't have to agree with him.
Guess what? All you got to do, in other words, you're not. I'm going to tell you from the military guy here. You're not being a seditious traitor, saying you do not agree with everything your commander in chief says, but you will not go against what he tells you, what he orders you to do.
Right.
Yeah, I'm a black man though.
It doesn't matter.
Nigga, am I white?
I get you, but my chain of command.
No. I'm gonna.
And we're gonna wrap up this session in about 10 minutes.
Please let me get after Charles.
I gotta get out of here. I'm out of here. Thanks for having me on, BGS.
I'm getting a headache. It's going around in circles.
You know what's bad, BGS?
Uh-huh.
The whole health thing was a lot more productive than this shit.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I didn't want to get into the reparations argument because I know where it's going to go. And what I said at the very beginning is exactly what happened. This is why you're not going to get it. Because we have this. Or if we can't do it this way, we can't do it that way. We can't do it this way. Or certain people can get it. And we start arguing and actually dividing up the people. And guess what happens? Nothing goes.
You know what I always tell my wrestlers, BGS.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if I get to the championship finals, nigga, let's make it to the tournament first.
Yes.
Because I'm pretty sure you coach basketball.
Yes.
As you know, what do you tell people? Work on your jump shot first. Work on your fundamentals first. Because when you end up deep in the waters,
yeah.
Whether it's wrestling, kickboxing, or whatever, fundamentals.
I'm sure as a coach, you probably tell your kids the same thing, right? All I want you to do is get better every day.
Exactly.
Work on something and get better every day and see where it goes. I don't want you to be. It don't have to be go to the NBA. I don't have to be a champion. You may not even be good in this league, but if you get better every day, you will improve. That's all I can do for you.
You know what happens? I tell them two things: that and get the best grades you could get. Get on the board because guess what? I'm raw. If you haven't guessed, it's the Aries in me. I don't know if it's the Faulkner in me, but I tell you the same chicks that you bang out, that y'all pass around like Uno cards. This system will make sure these bitches are your boss 10 years down the line. If you really give a fuck about black men and black men progression, you will wish I wish black men would do this. Since you know that child support is gonna hit us like a Joe Louis left hook, excuse me, like a Joe Frazier left hook. Why not produce more lawyers and more politicians? If you're saying that we got this issue with police officers abusing us, why not get more police? I've never seen a group of people that know what the biggest issue is and don't tackle it on a militaristic base. I don't understand it. I cannot comprehend it. It is irrational to me. Probably so. Yeah. Because to me, you know what the problem is. Instead of saying, you know what, I don't give a fuck if you spend it. Guess what? You give me $100,000, I promise you $15,000. I'm gonna be in Vegas blowing that shit like cocaine. Okay, that's my choice to do. But guess what? That other fucking $75,000 gonna be 70. It's gonna be. It's gonna make me money. Well, excuse me, 85. I've been drinking scotch. Guess what? You'd be surprised who do.
Yeah. Basically, the thing is that I would love to argue with him. But the thing is that I can't. At some point, gotta let it go because at this point you don't know enough.
So you say BGS, you gotta play a Teddy Pendergrass. I think I let it go.
In other words, and Dr. Johnson tells me this all the time. At some point, you got to stop because the thing is, you got to go back and do the work yourself. Because I know what you're saying. Everything that you said, I've already heard. Okay, I've given you the keys to the kingdom, but you don't even understand it because you don't understand how the system works. I just explained to you how the system works.
BGS, I'm going to get out of here. I just want to give my proper goodbye. So, shout out to you, Mr. G, Charles, Truth, Evans, you two, Mental Agility, James.
All right, Truth.
Later.
How many times have I said this, BGS? When you personally asked me, when I felt honored when you asked me about the insurrection on January 6th.
Oh yeah, first person, yeah.
What did I say? What was my reaction to people?
Keys to the kingdom.
Keys to the kingdom, and niggas still don't know it.
Yeah.
My question is this: what's wrong with structure?
I just gave you structure. How is wealth built in this country? How is wealth built since the Brits did it in the 1800 in the 1700s? How's wealth built?
Through a
Do you
form
know
of
that?
capitalism.
What is capitalism built on?
Getting the most out.
Capital,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Capital is money. Capital is through what? Through what? The banking system, right?
It can be through the banking system. And also,
no, sir. No, sir. Go back and look. Go study it like I did.
Okay.
I spent 15 years studying this shit. Go back and study it like I did. You're guessing. You don't know. I can tell you that you don't know. When you say fractional reserve, light should have went on in your head, off in your head. And as soon as it did, you knew what I was saying. You actually wanted to argue against it.
I know. I did not want to argue against it. I just wanted to add to.
No, you didn't add to. You argued against it. Oh, that's not going to happen. That's not going to work.
As far as reparations, no, I didn't say that it's not going to work.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did say it's not going to. They would never allow it to happen. That's what you said.
No, I agree that it's never going to allow it to happen because the debt that the nation is going to occur through reparations is going to be more than the national debt that we have right now.
How is that? That's the way banks work now? How is the capital they give into that going to bankrupt the country? How is that?
Because there's no rough estimate about how much they're going to get on their return.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about if all right, let's say America gives everybody reparations in the form of a certain dollar amount. Are they going to make their money on their return? Reparations is going to be high.
What system are they spending the money in, sir?
The capitalist system.
No. What country are they spending the money in?
In the United States.
So the money will circulate where?
In the United States.
It's not like they're taking the money out of the goddamn country, is it?
No.
In other words, if say I took $12 trillion and everybody moved to Zimbabwe, okay, where would the money go?
To Zimbabwe.
And where would it be coming from?
Zimbabwe.
No, it'd be coming from America.
Okay.
That's where the money came from. So we'd be taking $12 trillion out of America and putting it in Zimbabwe. But if I keep it inside America, guess where the money stays?
It stays in America.
And it circulates where?
In America.
What are they losing?
BGS, I got a question for
you. No. Hold on a second. What are they losing?
They're not losing anything.
Thank you. Go ahead. No. You answered it. What's the question?
BGS.
Go back and study.
BGS. You're a lot wiser and older than me, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did Donald Rumsfeld say? How much did the United States lose?
How much did they lose or win?
Remember when he went in front of a congressional hearing talking about he lost 2.3 trillion United States?
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And has the United States stopped moving?
No.
All right.
You just dumped 10 or 12 trillion last year on COVID, right?
Yeah.
Are we still functioning?
Absolutely. But America's going to continue to function.
So it will continue to function if they give us 10 or 12 trillion, right?
Exactly. That's what.
Okay.
Inside the same system.
Why you don't want us to have ours then, goddammit?
He don't believe in us, that's all.
No, I'm not saying that I don't believe in this.
You're not saying, but everybody's. We've had all these people in the chat. They got what? They got how many people watch? Well, not anymore because they got 303 people 30 people watching. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Nobody believes that you don't believe that you believe in our people. Not one.
I mean, I don't care what they think. I do believe in our people, but if our people are the leaders that step up and then
if you believe in yourself, and 300 people are saying that you're wrong, guess what? The problem is not with them.
They can believe whatever they want.
In other words, I've given you the keys to the kingdom. What you're saying is what they heard, right? And they're hearing that you don't believe in your people. That's what they're hearing.
That's not true because I'm talking about certain people.
No, you're not. You're talking about putting certain people, the talent intense argument. That's what you're talking about, right?
I'm talking about structure. They don't have to be in the talent intense.
That is the talent intense. In other words, the people that have the most ability to do certain things, those people should get the money, right?
No, the education. those that have the most education are the ones that should be able
That's
to
the
divvy up the
talented
money.
tenth
It's the talented
argument, bro.
tenth argument,
That's
bro.
Not true.
he's telling
All
you
right,
about,
man. All right,
man.
all
That's
right,
not
man.
true.
No, yes, it is true. In other words, go back and look at it, man. It is true. You don't know enough.
So what you're saying is that the talented 10th are the ones that are wealthy, or the talented 10 are
The
the ones
talented
that have
tenth.
the knowledge?
Do you know what the talented tenth argument was by W. Du Bois? You know what it
No.
is? And well, why did you say it's not true if you don't know what it is?
Because I'm talking about because there's
No.
a lot of
Hold
people
on a
out there
second.
that
Hold on a second. Why do you say that what I said is not true if you don't know what I'm talking about?
Because I was thinking that you was talking about wealth and economics. I'm just talking about simple education.
The top 10th and the talented 10th are not the same thing. That's why I asked. Okay.
Okay. But
In other words, the talented 10th may be wealthy, but they may not be. They may be your educated class. It's an amalgamation of your educated people and your people with money, but you still are making that argument. That's what BGS is telling you.
The elite class, whether education, business, wealth, or whatever, that's your talented 10th.
But BGS, you know as well as I do that you can be the most talented and you're not in the most socially economic class.
It doesn't mean that. What did we just say? Did you hear what we just said?
I literally just said that like 5 seconds ago.
Yeah, I'm co-signing what you're saying, but it's like
no, you're not co-signing what I'm saying. You in other words, dude, this is not the argument for you. Okay. In other words, we're going to move on because in other words, what you need to do is put down your ego and pick up a book. Because literally most of the stuff that you have said is wrong. You keep repeating the same thing. I haven't said it before. Yes, you have, like 15 times. Okay.
So just divvy the money out between everybody.
No, I told you what to do, right? I told you what to do. Go look at fractional reserve system and how it works, right? Go look at it. Because you don't know. That's the reason that you keep barking at me, because you don't know, because you don't believe it, because you haven't read it, right? We told you how it works, but you don't know it because all you know is is that you put your money in a bank and you use your debit card to buy what you want, right? Or cash or whatever you're gonna do, right? That's what you use it for, right? That's all you know. Well, he's gone. It's all right.
Well, the problem with the brother is he thought because he was using particular words and speaking in a way that we didn't see right through it, and so we were boiling down what he was saying. He's like, but I'm not saying that. We're like, yeah, no, you are saying that. And then 5 minutes later, when we give him the chance to explain it, he says exactly what we told him he was saying.
Foolery wrapped in a president nigga spraining.
Yeah, we'll go about 30 more minutes and then we're gonna bounce. Because
let me say
this was straining, y'all. This was straining.
Let me say this. The sad part is we have a lot of our people who regurgitate a lot of talking points versus actually do the homework and actually do independent research for themselves. Because what I hear from that brother is, like, as BJS and everyone has heard, is just talking points that reflect, oh, that sounds right. And they look at themselves, well, I've been doing this and I know best. And it's just, it's like they're reflecting what they want to be, but they're not. And this is why we have these unlogical conversations with the brothers like that. And that's the sad part.
And I thought I gave him a lot of time to actually flesh out his...
No, you did. It was once again, this is frustrating for me, right? So you imagine me, who would be paying more taxes and I'm not ADOS, having a conversation with brothers like this, who would be the beneficiaries of the money and be like, nigga, you owed your money, right? Like, I'm saying that as a person that would be not getting anything, telling you owed money, and then arguing with brothers like this, talking with the bootstrap conversation. I've really had these conversations in person with brothers, and they'll look at me like I'm crazy, and I'm looking at them like, nigga, what? Go ahead.
The social cognitive syndrome runs deep within us, fam.
How many times have I told you? Who's the one people on Earth besides ADOS I respect?
Patience.
Mental agility. Go to YouTube and Google and basically look up a video on fractional reserve system and how banking systems actually work. Okay?
You know what's fucked up? I bet you if I spoke to a bunch of Haitians, they'd be on code, wouldn't they, Z?
Most of us, yeah, I would say about 80%, 85, something like that.
I could go if I could go to fucking Haiti and tell them we're gonna get you reparations from fucking France and get them reparations, I will be a fucking folk hero.
Oh hell yeah, you have statues all over the country.
And I'm gonna tell you what's fucked up, right? Because I've said it
once. Wait, Charles, that's a big ass chest and 2 arms as statues.
It works for nigga. It works for me, but that's what people see me as anyway.
It's true.
But it's like this. If I've said this, and many people from different parts of the diaspora understand this. If ADOS gets their reparations, they're next.
Yeah.
Have you noticed how many people around the diaspora supports ADOS getting their fucking money?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know.
Yeah. I'm one of them.
Because
it's scary. I'm more about it than a lot of other ADOS brothers.
Enough to spend the money the right way. We got to spend it the way he think they want us to.
See, that talented Tim shit. I'm gonna tell you what, that talented Tim shit put black people back so many years.
Oh yeah,
so many years. Where if Dubois actually was on code instead of listening to his white blood, we would be far ahead of what the fuck we are now. Far ahead, and I'll put money on that shit. That if you actually fucking invested into the lower part, the upper parts will bet. Because if you actually brought up the people who are the lower class, they will in turn invest into their children, which will increase the upper class, which will increase our say in politics, in finance, in law enforcement, military. Like, god damn. It's the same argument I had with the Gray Faulkner Initiative. You didn't even get fucking civil rights until brothers came up there in their uniforms and said, "We fought for your fucking country. Fight for us."
But Charles, it's this idea that it's this low-level contempt for working class and poor black people in their habits, right? Which every other group has, but everyone's afraid that, oh, if we let these niggas get some money, they gotta blow it on some dumb shit. And like, yes, a handful of them, and let's say more than a handful of them, do blow their money on some dumb shit. It's not yours, number one. Number two, who are you to tell them what they should spend their money on? Number three, like I said earlier, from all the evidence we have, the vast majority of black people actually don't spend their money on dumb shit. And because when they do, they have and there you go. Okay. And even with the savings rate, that's why I brought it up earlier to show that even with less money, black people do save, right? I don't think people really understand what slavery and Jim Crow should have had black people looking like in mass. Black people should actually be doing way worse than they're doing right now. Because forget getting it from the mud, black people got it from the damn 6 levels down basement, right? And so when you see people that are able to make it, when you see a Condoleezza Rice, even though I don't agree with her politics, right? When you see somebody like that, you need to really understand what her family had to go through to produce a person like her. You see what I'm saying? But y'all don't see that. Y'all don't really understand like what that is, because no other group had to go through that in America. No one. Everybody else came on the first floor, not 6 levels down in the basement. Go ahead.
You know why? Because when you take away struggle from black people, they don't understand what to do next.
Yeah, I agree.
Agreed, Charles. Thank you.
Brother Z,
it's just respectability.
All they ever known was struggling, and that's all they ever want to know.
They don't want to had to fight.
All they like.
Fight, and fight again. Like niggas are comical at this point. Like, you could give niggas a fucking initiative. We need structure.
Richard Pryor comical.
We need structure. Okay, we got the Gray Faulkner Initiative. We need a platform to speak. We got BGS and others. Well, we need somebody to speak up for us and be mainstreaming. You got Kevin Samuels. What more the fuck do you need? It reminds me of this because me and my Russells was listening to Kevin last night. And I like to quote Arn Anderson. You niggas been hollering at women so much you begin to act like them. You think about it. This nigga came on Kevin's shit to say, I love your show, but I never lost a debate. Well, what? You're trying to say that, yes. And I quote, you're saying that Kev,
you saw that shit too, huh, Charles? You saw that bullshit.
You can't. And Kevin shouts out people he actually respects. You guys, you saying that Kelly Rowland looks better than Beyonce, even though she does. Oh, but Lord. by far, like you niggas are so deep down in the gutter that you can't even see the fucking sun when it's noon, and it's right above you. What did Bruce Lee say? You're looking at the forest, you're looking at the trees, and you're missing the entire forest.
By the way, even if Kevin didn't believe that, that was a genius move to shut up the colorist people. All the colorist advocates, even if he didn't believe it, which I think he does. Even if he didn't, that's the best way to say, nah, bro, you can't keep on claiming, oh, he's a colorist. Look how he treats the dark-skinned women. But when he literally says Kelly Rowland's name, how many times a show to say this is my beauty standard, this is the ideal for me, and for most black men, I would argue.
Brother, I've seen Beyonce up in person. She is not that pretty.
I've seen Beyonce in person too. I agree.
And guess what? I've seen a lot of your celebrities because I had to bodyguard them one way or another. No. Like, if you look at Kelly Rowland, hell, Stephanie Mills look better than some of these bitches. So
I agree. I actually find her attractive too.
Now she does because she had some work. But yeah, now she does.
But here's the point that I make of it. Hell, Thelma from fucking Good Times gonna look good. But but it's funny when we get to these bottom barrel issues, and these are not men who are like, I expect like a truth to come up there and say some shit that doesn't make sense. It's funny that a 19-year-old truth got more sense than a man twice, plus a few more years his age. It's getting sickening. And then we wonder why we can't give reparations. You know why? Because the fucking system worked that damn good.
Yeah, and basically they blew it up, man, because they had the best chance of reparations with the ADOS movement, and black folks. It wasn't externally; it was internally, where black folks blew the damn thing up.
And I witnessed it. I'm still disappointed.
Yeah, and that's the worst part.
Well, FBA has a better idea, or whatever other police has a better idea. Well, this plan will actually work better. So get the goddamn plan on the goddamn table first. Jesus Christ!
And here it is. You know what the second best idea they could have had it?
What's that?
January 6th.
Yeah.
January 6th. But how many times when I even mapped out, literally, how many times could you get information talking to you like we're doing now,
right?
Texting brothers and sisters who I personally know, telling you what happened. I'm better than fucking fucking entertainment tonight.
When it came, just like when it came to Dr. Dunbar and Nicole about COVID, right? They were on the money.
They were on the money.
They're on money. Just like you were with the riots. You're on the money.
And niggas, this is the sin. This is the sin of the manosphere. Niggas are too spoiled by the information they're getting to do their own goddamn research. Quote me on that shit.
Oh yeah.
Quote me on that
shit.
Yeah,
you're right, Charles. Grown ass men too. That's crazy. A 19-year-old could outthink the bullshit that grown ass men get stumped with. That's ridiculous.
We in the age of information.
That's the reason why the A's give me a little bit of hope.
I got a question. I had dipped away for a few minutes. I want to know, did y'all answer the question about reparations? Well, regulating to like majority of us blacks was not slaves. We was basically either indigenous or we was free blacks in the north.
Prove it.
Come on, man. Come on.
Jesus Christ.
Prove it.
I was just asking the question. I'm not trying to prove it. I was just asking, was it discussed?
But you got to prove it before you can get reparations.
We had two whole shows on that question. Okay. We're not even going to go into the indigenous question. We had two shows on this shit.
Broke your 5 niggas' heads over that.
Two. We had a whole 8-hour show on that shit. Okay.
Understandable.
That shit was long as fuck. BGS was arguing. Nigga was stressed out. I watched the whole thing, nigga. You need to go watch that shit.
And every time they give me a source, they go, I just read a book, a whole fucking book where somebody's arguing with me about where slaves came from. Went through the whole goddamn book. And there was nothing in there about what
not even several books, which is sad.
Not even several.
That is sad. That is really sad, though.
I'm tired of reading 10 goddamn books that say the exact same thing, and people come up and say, "Well, what about this?" You know, every time y'all give me a source, guess what? The thing is, why don't you study your material first and then come up with an argument?
Okay? Yeah,
Okay?
site resources. What's the name of the videos? I'm going to check that out after this, though. I'm going to
go to the last Shatterpoint. In fact,
it's called
I probably have to give you a link because they took it down. Hold on a second. Let me look it up. Yeah,
I'll go to the Patreon. I'll go to the Patreon.
I'll share you the link, my nigga. I'll take you right there.
Yeah, put the link up. I don't care. You put the link up.
I'm gonna tell you what's so sad about this. We are so 6 years ago with some of these things, man. So 6 years ago.
Because I don't know. The thing is that, you know, let me ask you, who's that Clark that's asking about this?
No, that's Mr. O.
Mr. O. Do you read your material, man? Do you vet your material? Or do you just listen to people? Because I'm getting tired of reading people giving me sources. I read their sources. I said, where? You know, where in that source do you get your arguments? Because I don't see it. I just went through a fucking 400-page book looking for a scintilla of what this brother was talking about, because he said there was an illegal slave trade after 1808, right, in massive numbers, right? And he said this is the book where it is. I read the whole goddamn book. Not the whole book didn't even go up. It went only up to 1776. That's what he's talking about.
And you know what's so bad about that?
Mm-hmm.
In the history of this country, when is this country going to let somebody have an illegal slave trade when they said, look, we got to build the economy of our country and allow a pirate to bring in slaves, which is fucking up your economy?
Yeah.
Rudimentary shit, people.
Yeah. Yeah, basically pirates didn't get away with that money. In fact, they went through it about the so-called pirates were actually hired by the banks. They weren't pirates, okay? And the reason that they switched the flags is so they can actually get past the British patrols taking their slaves to Hispaniola, the islands, and also South America.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't bring the slaves to the United States. They didn't.
By the way, with the whole "we were here first" argument, and you know. I even try to entertain it to a certain extent just for argument's sake. And then I say, well, how do you explain the Caribbean then? We were all going on the same slave ships. So how would you explain people, like you said, on Hispaniola, Black Dominicans, Black Puerto Ricans? How do you explain them?
How do you explain the slave castles? Okay, they have all dotted up down the west
all
coast.
Across the Caribbean too.
Yeah. How do you explain those? The castle, boats might not be there, but the castles sure are, and so with the cannons. Okay, I was there. In fact, somebody just gave me a comment because he just went to Elmina, right? And we talked about the dungeon where they kept them, impacted feces and blood. You can smell that shit, man.
Bro, my sister just came from Haiti. Charles, give me 2 seconds. My sister just came back from Haiti with my dad, and we're in 2021, 2019. 2019. She was in the damn fucking slave castles. She got the pictures. So I don't know what people are talking about.
As a matter of fact, what would happen to them goddamn pirates if they were caught?
Oh yeah, they were killed. They were actually they had to walk the plank. They were shark meat.
Yeah, they would have been executed. So
and guess what the pirates did? They stole slaves off the boat to sell elsewhere. It wasn't just money. It's all. How about all those sunken gold ships, right? From the Spanish. Okay, the Spanish actually told you that about them enslaving the indigenous. They said that and killed most of them off. The thing is, I want to ask Mr. O, do you actually study your material? You can unmute. He's muted. Okay. People come and ask me these questions. That's, do you study your material? And when I ask questions about your material, you can't even answer it, which leads me to believe that you didn't even read the book. You just gave me a link. I'm kind of getting tired of that because I have enough to read without reading the whole book to prove your point. You know, if you have it, screenshot the information and send it to me. If you have it, everybody's got a phone, everybody's got a computer. Take a picture of the page that you want me to look at. Okay, instead of me reading a whole 300 or 400 page book to find your information, actually find your information for you.
But my question to them is, okay, what's the let's say they're argument's sake, just pure argument's sake. Let's say they're right. What's the point of arguing that black people were here first? Is it to argue for land instead of money? Is it to make a different type of reparations claim? Like, what's the argument to say, okay, we were here first? And
if basically there are already treaties with the Native Americans, right? There are already certain treaties that they have with Native Americans. If you believe you're here first, you're one of them, go look at one of their treaties or go argue with them.
It's an esteem and ego thing too. I wasn't captured. I wasn't stolen. I wasn't sold. It's all that bullshit.
Basically, okay, so even, okay, let's take that for instance, right? Say you were on your own land and some white people came in and enslaved you. What's the difference?
You still got exactly. You still were captured or dominated or whatever.
On your own fucking land.
On your own land, exactly.
You're dominated.
You're conquered. Yeah. The reason why I asked you that question in the first place, because you know how they did with the $5 Indian when they was trying to get the reparations for them back in the day. I was just assuming if we asked for reparations, we was gonna go through the same thing as a $5 Indian. That's the reason why I asked that question.
Can we get the motherfucker first?
In other words, for them to do it, they have to pass a law, right?
Right.
Are you with the age of information? Were you going to allow it to happen?
Ooh, that's a deep question.
BGS, this what get me.
In other words, y'all have no confidence in black people at all, do you?
Didn't nobody complain?
No, you
Didn't
don't.
nobody complain when the Indians got their reparations and they got their casinos and their land? Even the Indians didn't complain. The internment Japs that got interned over here didn't complain when they got their reparations. The Jews didn't complain. Did nobody other race complain when the states gave them their money? But when it come to us getting our money, everybody and their mama. But before them, everybody and their mama, we want to say, nah, we don't want what's owed to us. Fuck that shit. And anybody else that is against that shit, y'all is some odd individuals. Odd.
You know what?
You know what?
The link's in the chat, my nigga. The link's in the chat.
You know what I think it is? I think one of the issues, and this is going to what AL is saying, everybody takes for granted that ADOS is supposed to be on the bottom, including ADOS. Everybody thinks it. Everyone thinks. And so the reason why everybody's going to fight so that ADOS don't get this money is because for the first time in U.S. history, ADOS will be in their rightful place. Even, let's say slavery never happened, ADOS just were here since 1619. They should still be part of the ruling class just because of time, right? Just a time argument, right? Everybody has that employee at their job and I've said this before, that does nothing, but they got a seniority position just because they've been there a long time. So even if you made the we wasn't slaves argument, right? Even off a time, ADOS should be in a better class position in the U.S. So I don't really understand this argument that, well, we were here earlier and we wasn't slaves, or even if we were slaves, we was captured and this and this and that. ADOS should just be in a better position, a class position as a group, just strictly off of time and slavery. Go ahead.
The thing is that the Europeans have been sailing around the Cape of Good Hope, around Africa since like the 10th century. Okay, they know what Africans look like. Africans were in Europe. They know what they look like. They wouldn't say that they're Native Americans or Indians and they were black. They know what they look like. It's like white people we never seen black people before. Bullshit.
They had black people in Portugal and Spain.
They were on the boat.
You've been trading with the motherfuckers. You've been trading with the motherfuckers for 3,000 years.
Yeah, the Spanish said we didn't want slaves were too expensive to buy from Africa. We're gonna actually enslave the natives. They knew the difference.
Like what the fuck? Like god damn! I feel like first graders know more than most motherfuckers now. Are you
Well, I
smarter
think
than
AL is right about the pride argument.
So what?
I said they damn near do.
They never do what? What?
I was saying that jokingly. I was first graders being no more than us. I was saying that jokingly.
Oh, okay.
But the high schoolers for sure we do, because they talk, even in high school, they talk about the green farmers. My nigga, come on, bro. Like this is not new information. This has been known, bro. Do a DNA test, and that'll show you how Native Americans are.
Every time they give me a quote me an author like Ivan Van Sertima. I remember Ivan Van Sertima before the book was even out was giving a lecture, right? Okay, I know what the book. I have the original book somewhere. Well, it said they came before Columbus. I said he never said anything about the slave trade. Okay. He said, or what he was saying is that there has always been people coming to these shores doing trade from the continent. That's all he said. He never said there wasn't a slave trade. He never said that. There's still a slave trade going on the continent right now. I just did 2 videos saying that there was still a slave trade going on the continent right now where they buy and sell people. They still do. Why is it so hard? Why is that a stretch? The people on the continent said they sold you. Why is that a stretch? In fact, somebody sent me like 4 articles where people actually returned back to the continent.
BJS, because it hurts their stomach to accept what they have to hear. It's the truth. Truth hurts. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to accept it.
Well, it goes against the we was kings argument. I don't, bro. That's one thing I never fucking call myself, and I never call my girlfriend a queen. That I don't need that weird ass ego stroke, right? And to me, that's really some weird creepy shit, because every society has its regular people, its aristocracy and whatnot. So I don't do the whole that goes against the we was king argument when you start talking about slavery and Jim Crow. That hurt, like AL saying, that hurts people's pride, because then that would acknowledge that maybe you was a regular nigga that got captured. Maybe your people's just regular niggas.
Like, number one, let's talk the truth by your logic. If we were really kings and queens, they wouldn't have sold the kings and queens. Okay? And let's say your kingdom was captured. You're the first motherfuckers they're gonna kill. No legitimacy to their throne. Then on top of that, it's just business, dog. Just business.
It's a pride argument at the end of the day.
It's just business. You were capital. It is business. Once you get over that notion, you need to think of business, because they made you so fucking emotional. Oh my God, I was never a slave. I was a king and queen. You ever notice black people give themselves undeserved titles?
Yeah, everybody was not a king and a queen. I mean, damn.
I.e. boss bitch. Oops.
And what are you really the boss of?
I'm gonna share the trailer real quick. You know, this is current movie.
And I put your deleted Brady stream in the chat there. So if you want, you can go ahead.
Isn't this on Netflix?
What are your names?
Yeah, it could be.
CG. What grade are you guys in?
JSS2. Next time we go to JSS3.
You'll be done in a year. I'm about to lose a student. She says she has to serve at a shrine. 10 years of her life as slave.
This is an ancient custom and tradition. You cannot possibly believe you can make it all better.
Ghana's got so many natural resources. What's the real problem here with child labor?
And their parents?
Parents are the ones who put them into labor. The government stance on Tricosi is not indifference, because it's religious practice.
Well, I don't believe in voodoo.
Do you want to save your students?
We brought you here to teach. That's terror trouble.
Shut the school down. After all the work and sacrifices you put in here, that your students end up as slaves with fates less than animals and all of this isn't worth it.
It's hard to win here.
Does that look like it's passed?
Looks pretty modern to me.
Talking about that, I remember watching another clip, and this was more in the Middle East. That so some of the Middle Eastern people that are more westernized, they not with the bullshit, right? And so they started shaming this younger Arab chick for like, damn, she had her fucking slave on the edge of a building, threatening to push her off, and she kept her passport from her because the homegirl wanted to go back home for something. And like everybody in that society was like, wait a minute, like not everyone, but the average people like, wait a minute, you're treating this lady like she was a slave. And it was because she was a slave. She was a slave to the girl. And the girl was so
got the camera on, Black Code.
Yeah. But the girl was so 15th century thinking that she was like, well, what's the problem? I mean, I own her. So what's the problem if I keep her passport from her? What's the problem if I treat her like this? What's the problem if I treat her like that? And I'm like, wait a minute, bitch, are we still in like 1750? What the hell? What type of argument?
Like, what the deuce? Like, I'm supposed to be her.
It doesn't matter. Just like it's like being taught to flat earthers. It doesn't matter what you say or what you show. Doesn't matter.
What do you mean with this evidence is scientific fact? We don't believe in this science. We don't believe it. This poppycock.
Wait, planets? Planets are spheres? Wait a minute.
See, I talked to my spiritual advisors back in the day. I got the power of Grayskull and the Sword of Omens in my back pocket, and I can tell you what's gonna happen because the Earth is flat, man.
Man, I've heard tons of that stuff.
Oh, somebody said it in the comments. Somebody said she did fall from the window. So yeah, she did put her on the edge, and I guess she did fall from that window. Yep. Look, and this is in the 21st century, y'all. We're not talking about something a couple centuries ago. We're talking about like yesterday.
And this is how people see you. But we still have arguments about it. We're worried about how black people are going to spend their money. Do you give a fuck how people win the lottery, how they spend their money?
I don't even know what the thing is. Everything that we said that went on about reparations, he just mentioned all in one failed. All the arguments, just all at once. He said, "Okay, see, that's what I'm talking about." No, but I'm different.
But I got
BGS.
Same nigga.
Go ahead.
BGS, what would you say is the most noticeable difference between the conscious community, maybe when you were in your 20s, 30s versus today?
We actually read books and studied. That's the biggest difference, instead of watching somebody on YouTube and taking what they say is gospel. We read
I resent you, BGS.
Everybody had every author, every person that got up on that stand had to be vetted by somebody. You couldn't just get up there and talk. Okay, had to have published something or written something that has some kind of track record. Now people just open up a YouTube video, a YouTube a channel, and show clips of whatever they think they want to show without even being vetted. Y'all don't even vet the information. You don't even read the books. You just take the clips of where they said they found it, and you run with it instead of reading the doggone book. You had to read the book, otherwise you get laughed at back then. Because, oh, brother, you need to go back. They said the same thing I'm saying to you, brother. You need to go back and read, because what you're saying doesn't add up, and you had to get it from multiple. So you couldn't get it from one book. It had to be from multiple sources. Like Dr. Ben, and all those other folks, they had libraries, man. They had fucking libraries. All our leaders had libraries. If you didn't have a library, nobody took you seriously. You couldn't be just, okay, I got this information from this, that, and the other. And people actually read the book and said, okay, and actually questioned you and challenged you on your information. And it had to add up.
How about from a social dynamic? Were the women back then still maybe feminine leaning or feminist leaning, or were they more family first, aligned with the black male? What was the social dynamic?
They were family first because that's where they're trained as kids. In other words, the women come out of the environment that they're trained in, and you being in the conscious community is not going to change that. So if your mama was a sharecropper, your mama came from the South and worked as a housewife, and that's what she taught you, you still gonna have those skills. Okay, they lost those skills because they pushed their kids into school. You don't have to learn how to sew or cook or whatever it is, because you're gonna go to school and you're gonna be something else. You'll be more like Miss Ann, so you don't need all these skills. Guess what? They still do. That's the difference. It's a generational difference. But the thing is that that's how come the conscious community is laughed at now, because the people in it, people they call that, like, look, Hotep was supposed to be a greeting. That's where it came from, right? Hotep was a reverse of Ptah. In other words, that's how we greeted each other. Say hello, that we're in this community. Now Hotep is actually laughed at, or is actually used to be respected. Like Claude Anderson came from that community. Okay, how many people you see in the conscious community now, or the Hotep community, actually sound like Claude Anderson? Claude Anderson was a standard. Everybody sounded like Claude Anderson, whether you agreed with him or not. He was well read, he was well versed, he was well researched. Okay, how many guys out there are like Claude Anderson?
Not too many.
That's the problem that you guys have, and you guys don't hold the people that you quote accountable. You don't. I get more questions than you guys hold them accountable for, right?
That's a fact.
Just like Islam.
I can't put up a video or nothing, right, without somebody asking me for a doggone link. Where'd you get it from? Where's the book? What page? Who'd you get it from? Now, like, I put up a thing about Tommy Kerr. I actually got it off of Twitter. Like, I played the whole clip for like 4 minutes, right? They want the link, okay? But this is what I get. But you don't go to the other guys and question them or where they get their shit from. That's why I feel insulted. How come you don't vet him? You just take what he says is gospel and then bring it over to me.
It's mainly us millennials, BGS. I mean, we like the microwave on-demand culture. We want the information right then and there. We don't want to research it.
Y'all want to be led and dominated. That's what y'all want to do. Because y'all don't read back the information. Because that's what was going to happen.
Nah, fuck that shit. Old school people say put in the work. Put in the goddamn work.
One time.
Down on your spine to your cranium, to your fucking skull. Because that's how hard he's going to be fucking.
That's the only difference is that, because we didn't have the internet, we didn't have all this stuff. We had to put in the work.
They should never gave us some participation trophies. I swear. I swear.
Participation trophy, my ass. You got 16 place games for some working.
Like the brother. He's a millennial, right? 37. He's a millennial, right? He's arguing against the talent and 10th. Doesn't even know what it means.
Yep.
See, I'm 34. I'm a millennial, and I call that big.
I'm 34 too. Maybe it's a 37-year-old millennial thing.
I don't know. What I'm saying is, he kept asking, well, I'm not talking about money. I said, do you actually hear what we said? Well, no.
Right.
Do you know what it means? What the talent 10th is? Well, no. Why are you arguing against it?
Nigga arguing for 45 minutes over some shit he don't even understand.
It was longer than 45.
Yeah, but I wasn't hurt. You keep cutting me off. I wasn't hurt. You keep repeating yourself like 15 times.
I'm trying to explain to you, BGS. You don't understand, God.
Yeah,
I'm trying to explain. Y'all not getting it. No, nigga, we getting it. You just stupid.
In other words, if I keep saying it over and over
come
again,
on now with insults. Let's be diplomatic.
No.
You did. Yeah, you did. You did.
Fuck out of here.
15 times, man.
You deserve it.
And sir, over here, we call a spade. We don't mince words, and we not about feelings and calling a motherfucker. You a grown man who stand vertical and erect. You can handle this. Hey, this man right here, this is Steve Man BGS. He has set me straight, and I've humbled myself. You are not above being humbled, sir.
And guess what? Right? And guess what? If you're right, guess what I do? I listen.
I have heard BGS multiple times say that DC was right about what he said about what was it again on BGS?
Oh,
The insurrection or
the insurrection, about the election, the insurrection. But he was right about Trump actually reversing his position on COVID. A whole bunch of things.
Yeah. So
when Charles actually talks about police stuff, guess what I do?
Listen.
I listen.
We stand down, we stand back, and we listen and we observe and we listen to comprehend. We do not listen to answer. That's what women do.
Well, when I was talking about cars the other night, BGS was all ears. No, I was saying real quick, when I was talking about cars the other night, BGS was all ears.
Yeah.
Right. And then he put his input in when he could, and for the rest of it, he was just listening. This is how BGS is as smart as he is, because he doesn't do the weird hierarchy thing. Well, I'm older, so I know. No, I know because I know, not because I'm older. And I like that. I respect that.
And here's the bad part. Here's the bad part about it all, right?
Mm-hmm.
You try to say, oh, what about the name calling? What about this? This is what men traditionally do. You get laughed at. See, I'm gonna. You know what, Sunshine? I'm going to tell you the fucking truth. The fucking truth is...
You hit it with Sunshine. I love it.
You hit it. You got to understand something. You either know what you're saying or you wait your turn and learn. Because even when my wrestlers try to tell me something, I'm like, dude, I'm twice your age. Life experiences alone. Now, if you actually know something I don't know, well... You got to understand something about basketball and wrestling. I said, number one, basketball is aerobic. Wrestling's anaerobic. So it's two different effects on your body. You would think the first fucking 30 or 40 minutes we were talking, when I was talking about fucking exercise science, one of the girls who was a rookie officer graduated from it. And she said, damn, did you go to school for it? No, I just read.
It's called experience. You actually experimented on yourself.
So, exactly.
Yeah.
So every time we would talk about it, she felt like she was back in college and she graduated from it and she picked my brain on many different things.
Yeah. Yeah. There's book knowledge and actually experimentation on yourself or experience.
And then when you get a personal training, when you when you pick a personal trainer, guess what the rule of thumb is? Pick the motherfucker who looked like he actually trained.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So I want to see some calluses on that nigga hand, on calluses on his wrist. That nigga needs to his muscle needs to be grainy. He needs to be vascular. That nigga needs to be in shape. Like he needs to be hard too. Fucking masculine. I don't want no soft ass trainer nigga. Soft ass.
It's like having a martial arts teacher. It's like having a martial arts teacher who's never been in a fight. Are you gonna trust that motherfucker's technique?
Hell no. No. Not even a drunken master at that point.
That nigga ain't never been a fight. I might try to fight that nigga. You gotta be kidding. You trying to teach me? You ain't never fought nigga. What's wrong with you? You just been looking at the text. You ain't never experienced it. One time. That's so stupid.
And this is what the black experience in America is.
Yeah.
We'll listen to the sensational lie and never the simplistic truth.
Well, it's easy to take the most beautiful lie instead of hearing the ugly truth.
Yeah, well, that's true.
That's a fact.
It's easy to take the big bitch instead of getting the beautiful girl too in the black community.
Easy way out. Men get the women that they can afford, so either that's an insult to the woman or that's an insult to the man.
Both.
Both.
And that's why you need to stand the ugly truth so that shit can motivate you to fuck out where you at.
Or accept where you are.
Or accept what you are. I'm not doing that shit. That's weak.
That means get better, train harder.
BJ, you know what I'm doing right now? What? I'm painting right now because I'm at work, right? So talking to what Truth just said, the motivation. I had a daytime schedule and I have my weekends off. But I wanted to make more, so guess what I did? I applied for this shitty-ass nighttime job with the garbage schedule, and guess what? I'm making more.
Yeah.
There you go.
Sacrifice.
You figure it out. You figure it out. You gotta get an overnight job. If you have to start a side business, you figure that shit out. Don't make no fucking excuse. You ain't gonna get shit. You ain't never gonna get shit. And you never gonna. They never gonna give you shit.
All right, we got about 15 more minutes. I'm actually gonna close it down.
I think black men should go ahead and just become stoics. Like we need to go ahead and put purpose over pleasure and just try to build something new, not rebuild. Because if this thing falls, we cannot rebuild.
Where?
Oh no. Good. Okay. So how do you sell it?
The best way to sell it is actually just lead in that fashion. Basically, do the work and let people see that you're doing the work, and maybe you'll find like-minded individuals to join in. And if everybody else want to ridicule or say anything, just ignore them and let them move on.
With the like-minded individual, you don't have to sell it to. Okay. Well, how about the masses?
Yeah, because the masses got the money, bro. So
in other words, I'm asking because you're asking for black men. So how about the masses?
Oh, the masses. Now, I haven't probably thought that far, but
you need to think that far. In other words, the idea might be good, but you have to make it practical. How do you make it practical?
Come on, bro. Stop living in fantasy.
Now, hold on. True. Calm down.
I mean, I'm not living in fantasy. Maybe it was just an ideal philosophy, more or less, that we should adopt it, some form of stoicism or some similar to it. That's it.
Well, stoicism, it was actually the original Stoics and Stoic communities are actually the society actually allows for that, actually encourages that, right? But are you in a society actually champion stoicism? Or do they belittle it? So you have a hard that's hard sledding, man. It's hard sledding.
Boss, he ice skating uphill, boss. He ice skating uphill, boss.
Literally ice skating uphill. Yeah, that's yeah.
You should start putting the blade thing up there.
That is funny.
Don't your legs hurt? Put a guardrail up there, BTS.
That is funny because I do that to my grandson all the time when he being hard headed, right? So we ice skating uphill again today. No, Grandpa.
I've been saying that for 14 years of law enforcement.
Yeah.
We had a dude run from me, and I just rolled him in the car, had the helicopter over, and they found him in a bush somewhere. And I said, you like ice skating uphill, don't you? Even he had to laugh. He was
You've been skating up that mountain so long, your ass should be more excited.
But I have a question for Mr. O real quick. What's the cost of stoicism? Implementing that community-wide, there's always a negative. What's the negative and what's the cost of that?
The only negative I see come from purpose over pleasure is that people gonna be bored.
It's called delayed gratification, which humans don't do very well. It has to be taught.
You need mentors.
And most of the it is a very male-centered thing. Guess who runs our community?
It's a gynocracy. Our women. And where we take our cues from, even in this space, you can see we take our cues from what? Our women. Emotional. Yep. Okay. Delayed gratification is actually in the Jewish community, they call it restriction. In other words, you delayed gratification, restriction. I'm not do a little at a time. I want to eat the honey bun today. Right now, I'm going to wait a day, in maybe 2 days or 3 days or 4 days. You build up that muscle. Okay, that's stoicism.
And by the way,
how do you basically, if you have, like my daughter wanted to get in shape, I told her to get back down to your high school weight, right? And mother tells her what? You're losing too much weight. Okay, you're getting too skinny, right? That is feminine, right? Even though I said if you want higher class guys, you got to get back down. She's 5'4", right? So you got to get down to like at least 130, at least at the most 130 pounds, right?
Be like 115.
And she listened to her mother. She had got up to like 160 pounds, right? I said that's too big. I said get down to your weight. As she's gone down, she's getting more and more compliments, right? But the thing is, she had to go through restrictions. She had to stop listening to what her mother said.
As a matter of fact, this is what you need to understand, right? And who's this, Mr. O?
I think it is. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, my name is a man called Falk. Okay.
Oh shit.
No, correction.
He got a million.
That's Falkenstein. That's Falkenstein over there, man.
Dr. Falkenstein, PhD, motherfucker. You know.
All right, go ahead, man.
I could go all night. Let me put it to you this way. Let me show you how difficult you got. Let's say you want to start stoicism, right?
Right.
What can you offer a better deal than pussy? Go.
Damn. God. God.
You make me cough. I know you can say that. You made me cough, man.
Pussy is the god. Pussy is the god.
Anytime you can make BGS laugh like that twice, you and that nigga.
You just made me cough up my goddamn flip.
That is good, Charles. That is good. Even he
real talk. Hey, Charles is right. You got to think about it. What did Kevin Samuel say? The same thing Charles told me. What is always on the negotiation table, man? Pussy. And you motherfuckers is always scared to take that pussy off the negotiate table when you dealing with these bars. Take it off the table. Don't let them use it against you.
But I'm going to tell you what it is. Is that I'm simplistic. I'm so simplistic that I had to tell pussy, don't call me no more. You're the bane of my existence. Four bitches in a row. You're the bane.
Well, Charles, because you kept on dick dipping them.
Yeah,
don't steal my shit. It's funnier when I say it.
You keep going back to the table.
Oh no, I'm stealing it. You done stole a lot of my shit.
Yeah. You know, Charles, you've been taking away the double dipping from them. They don't like that, bro.
We got 10 more minutes, guys. So get in where you fit in. All right.
Me and Charles are on a steel line war right now.
But that's classic though. He said, "Oh shit, damn." I can't think of another top that. Wow, wait a minute, I got to rethink this shit.
And I said, "Got it." I said, "I still lost."
Yeah.
Now you wonder why I said military science is a benefit.
Yeah. Go ahead, Truth.
I just want to ask, can we put the bullshit aside just real quick? I just want to ask one question about this astrology shit, because I downloaded the astrology app and I put my information in. No, I'm not. It's not about a chart number. It's telling me in the next couple of days about my sex and love life, and I'm gonna have an opportunity or some shit.
I mean that prediction stuff is
horoscopes.
And horoscopes, it can be, but the thing is, I don't really use it because I don't get into that. I try to stick to the basics. I think that if people understand themselves better, they can take advantage of the opportunities. In other words, if you know your weaknesses and your strengths, you can actually make a better plan for whatever you want out of life.
I'll use numerology better versus horoscopes.
It depends how you use it. Numerology is the same thing. Depends how you use the tool. Yeah.
I'm thinking of it like it's kind of like philosophically. I'm not taking it completely literally. But.
I mean, you can use it. Most of the time, they put those things up for fun. Okay, predicting the future. I don't really believe in predicting the future. Okay, my thing is. In other words, what I use it for is what kind of personality tools are you working with, and where your weaknesses, where your strengths, and how can you take advantage of them? If you know that, if Charles is an Aries, but he also has a Cancer moon, so there's certain things that he's going to be good at. You know,
like I'm a Scorpio sun and Sagittarius moon. I'm only good in certain sets.
If you're a Scorpio moon and a Sagittarius moon, right? So basically, you have the party person and the Sag, which they think that they're right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm the Scorpio sun, Sagittarius moon. My bad. Scorpio sun.
How you figure out what you is? If you're Scorpio sun, basically, Scorpios are people persons. Okay, Scorpios are secretive, right? Because they have a freaky past, a freaky secret life. So they love to party, they love people, they love sex, they love that kind of stuff. They really love it deeply, right? But they like to keep it under wraps. Okay, Sagittarius believe that they're right. Okay, in other words, Sagittarius believe that what they think is right. So basically, you have a conflict. How to?
Yep,
How
I
to
know.
So explain it. He's a freaky asshole.
Yeah.
Yep,
Well,
that's
basically,
me.
yeah, he is. Yeah, he would
Yep,
be a
that's
freaky
me.
asshole. Yeah.
Double pun.
You said what?
So basically, so that would mean you probably like submissive women.
I love submissive
Oh,
women.
Yeah. So now you love submissive women because the Sagittarius needs submissive women because you believe that you're right, or you feel that you're right. It's not believe, you feel that you're right, and if somebody goes against it, it's going to be a fight.
Oh, that's why we had to go through
Yep.
all this bullshit. This nigga's a Sagittarius? Oh, shit.
No, I'm a
That's when-
Scorpio sun. I'm a Scorpio sun, Sagittarius moon. Yeah.
The sun is what you think, and your moon is what you feel. And guess which one is stronger, actually?
The moon.
The moon.
Yeah, me, Pablo Picasso, Charles Bronson, and Ellsworth Bumpy Johnson. Yeah, we some fucked up individuals.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the thing is, you're not just fucked up, you're just different. So we have to work with the tools that you have.
How do you find out your sun and moon?
Natal chart.
You go to a natal chart and you put in your date, your year, date, time of birth, and the place where you're born. It all come up.
Yeah, I'm a Scorpio. I'm a Scorpio sun, Sagittarius moon, and a Pisces rising. I'm one of the rarest people walking on Earth.
No, there's plenty of people like you. You know, they're born.
Yeah, say that to a guy. Say that to a guy.
So basically, your party side, your people side, your fun side is Scorpio, and your evil side, your mean side, happens to be a Sagittarius. So when the fish flips, they get the Sag.
Yeah, say that to the guy who has an Aries sun and a Cancer moon.
In other words, somebody pisses you off, you're gonna tell them something about yourself.
BGS.
Somebody's echoing.
Hold on. BGS.
Yes, sir.
So I've been told that Virgos are just outright assholes. Is that true?
No. They're actually Virgos are actually very easygoing.
I'm a Virgo.
Thank you. Exactly.
I'm a Virgo.
BGS, question.
I never met a Virgo that didn't like weed.
No,
I don't smoke.
That's true.
Virgos and Tauruses. Virgos are actually Taurus's light, right? They like their comfort zone. You get them out of their comfort zone, they're actually going to turn on you, right? As long as you don't really bug them, you're not trying to impose your will on them, that kind of stuff. They're actually very easygoing.
What about Capricorns, BGS?
Capricorns are bossy. They're corporate and they're bossy.
I dated Capricorn. Yes, she was.
The worst thing is a broke Capricorn. That's the worst thing. You want to see a mean Capricorn, let them be broke.
Damn. What about a Pisces?
That was my ex.
She was broke?
Broke, ambitious Capricorn. Don't mix.
Well, damn, that's the women I'm supposed to
if you have a decent Capricorn and you have a need for a bossy woman or a mommy, as I say, that will keep you on track and in control, then you need a Capricorn. Some people do, some people don't. I was talking to a guy on Artisan MC's channel, and he was a Pisces. And he needed a Capricorn because he wasn't able to actually control his impulses, spend his money, not stay on track. He actually had a woman that was like that. He actually made more money, more successful by having that kind of woman, which is I call him his mommy. Some guys need that. Some guys need that kind of structure. Capricorns normally bring structure.
But are Pisces assholes though, BGS?
Pisces, depending on which Pisces is a dual sign. Which fish do you get?
I got right.
If you get the good fish, 9 times out of 10, they're friendly, they're people persons, they're creative, they're fun to be with, right? Flip that fish, see what happens.
Oh, but that happens too. My creative side, I can get it wrong.
and since their feelings, their water sign, their feeling signs, certain people will get on a Pisces nerves, like all your fire signs will get on Pisces nerves. Your Leos, your Aries, and your Sagittarius. And possibly even your Libras don't do well with Pisces.
They can't try to dominate me
because they're judgmental. Pisces do not like to be judged.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
too
Jesse,
wishy-washy for me.
One time.
What doesn't do well with Virgos?
Virgo. Anybody that's like a Capricorn will probably not do well with a Virgo.
Pisces?
Because somebody's echoing. Because a Capricorn or a Sag that doesn't understand the Virgo is going to try to get that Virgo out of his comfort zone, and then the Virgo is going to turn on him because they like what they like. Just like a Taurus, right? Once they get wet into what they like, you're not going to change. And if you try to get them out of what they like and have them do something else, you can get the horns.
Yeah, they get that anger, man.
And same with AL's probably AL you probably can drink and party and drive in a truck, and AL will tell you stories and all kinds. AL is easy going. When you get him mad, okay, get him out of his comfort zone, you got problems.
Yeah, guess who also is a Virgo?
Who?
Josh.
Oh, he's the same way, right?
Easy going in them. I like weed. I tell you that much. I like weed. But easy
They do
going.
like weed. I love weed
But
too.
when they get mad, they get mad. See, the Aries is the greatest sign because of this one reason. When we get mad, and we'll thrash you, and then we never take it personal. Then we're good after the explosion.
My twin sisters are Aries.
I didn't mean to do it, bro, but you talk too much.
The problem with Aries, it can't be with certain signs like a Cancer or a Pisces
or a Taurus.
Well, not a Taurus. It depends on if the Taurus likes you, they like you. They'll accept you.
I was with the Taurus for 2.5 years.
I don't like them Tauruses.
They some freaks. The females are some freaks, but the thing is, though, they just want to be on the scene.
Lord.
If they like it,
that too.
If a Taurus, whatever Taurus likes, they like. Okay, if a Taurus is a homebody, you're not gonna get them to be a part of you. If they're a party, you're not gonna get them to be a homebody. Okay, whatever they like, they like. Okay,
that's my male cousin, and he a hoe.
Yeah. Whatever they like, they like. You can tell. All the women are pretty much the same that he gets. He likes a certain type of woman. You probably can line them up.
You said Pisces isn't compatible with Aries, and that's my two signs.
Why? Because Pisces are sensitive, right?
But I'm Aries too in the nighttime.
They're sensitive. So Aries is not sensitive. Aries are very blunt. And you can't get an Aries to soften up because that's who they are. They're blunt in their speech. They're blunt when they tell you something. Yes,
BGS, am I blunt?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to check. If I wanted to check, I didn't change.
Nigga, you didn't know. Nigga, you didn't know you wasn't blunt. Cut the shit.
I'm so blunt. You know what one of my friends said? One of my friends said, "You're so blunt that we should smoke you."
You are. Aries. Your fire signs are blunt. Like the Aries and your Sagittarius are very blunt. But Aries probably more so. Sagittarius have a little bit of wiggle room, right? And Leo's a little bit more wiggle room. But Aries, they're blunt. They're blunt as fuck. Okay.
By the way,
they're not mean. They're just blunt. Okay. They tell you what it is. They don't soften shit. Okay.
By the way, extra random, but somebody earlier in the comments was like, "Damn, AL blew my damn eardrums out. He was so loud." I'm like, "Y'all been late."
You've been late. Yeah. Anyway,
AL Ben said that.
Anyway, closing thoughts, folks. Anyway, closing thoughts.
Thank y'all. Y'all got me halfway through work.
Halfway through work. I'm glad.
You actually got me halfway through work all the way home, and I'm glad I'm still on.
Are you?
Hell, I'm on my way to work. Charles, start a stream, play some music, do something.
Sag
Get money.
On sign. And nobody can sleep on a Sag because they're gonna make themselves known. Trust and believe.
Sagittarius are very interesting because they always believe they're right.
Yeah,
they're like lovable. They're like lovable children to me.
Because you're an Aries, and you probably only Aries can piss off a Sag.
Yeah, that's true. Only an Aries can piss off a Sag because we're the shit. You know,
they're so Aries.
New socks, new drawers. Shit, I'm sorry. I'm the greatest. I'm the latest.
Yeah, that's it. That's so Aries of you, sir.
Hey, I'm painting pipes on the third floor in this garage, and I'm looking down, and the rest of the city workers are cutting this pipe. No pun intended. Cutting this pipe.
Okay.
Cutting this pipe in a hole right now. So Yeah, like I said, y'all got me halfway through work. Thank you.
We're not gonna let you get away with that one, pal.
Go ahead.
Hey, closing thoughts, folks.
Kick up a stream, Charles. Kick up a stream. I need somebody to get me through work.
It was an honor again, BGS, be on this plane with you. I'm about to go ahead and look at that Patreon video and the rest of your Black Pill content. I'm about to smoke this doobie and listen to the rest of y'all.
I wish I would pick up a stream.
Hey, remember, puff, puff, pass, Negro. Puff, puff, pass.
I wish I would pick up a. And to answer AL, I wish I would pick up a stream. I need all 247 of you motherfuckers to follow me if I start. God damn.
Yeah, I try.
Thank you a lot, BGS, for having me up and letting me talk on the ADOS stuff. I always respect y'all for letting me talk on it. Because sometimes brothers be sounding crazy. I'm like, nigga, let me have been ADOS. I would have been all y'all head tough. Y'all talking about no reparations and shit.
If they disagree, if they have sound points, I'll listen. Okay, but don't repeat the same thing over and over again.
Say air quotes. We finna hire you to be our local representative because some of these niggas be bullshitting while you bullshitting.
Yeah, you niggas be bullshitting.
Pay for the flight costs. I'll be wherever you need me to be.
Oh yeah, BGS. You know you need to do another. You know you need to do another rant about Mike Rashid. I'm just saying, planting the bug.
I guess so. Did I do one? I don't think I did one. Did I?
I don't think you did one, but big broadcast nigga need one. Big beefy ass nigga need one.
He just. In other words, why does somebody that has no clue about being red pill comment on red pill? That's not your world. Stay in your lane.
I think that's a pride argument too, though. And it's a do for self. I made it. Why can't y'all make it? I'm good with the women, and why can't y'all be?
Take steroids. That's why, nigga. I don't want to take steroids.
No, well, the thing is, you're lucky. Anybody that makes it has a little bit of luck involved in it. Okay, there's a lot of people that actually work very hard and can't make shit. So take your blessing and stop trying to rub it in people's face. Like Robert S. Smith doesn't rub his wealth in people's faces. He doesn't. He's like worth $8 billion. Okay, so be
very humble guy.
Most millionaires I know are very humble. Okay,
he's a very humble guy, from what I hear.
Well, when you buy into the Reagan-esque Ayn Rand type of worldview, then of course you're gonna think, oh, I made it. There ain't no luck. It's all work. It's all hard work.
I've met white bankers that believe in Ayn Rand and all that kind of stuff, but they're very humble people. They're not ostentatious.
It was fucking connected, motherfucker.
Even Ayn Rand would tell you not to be that ostentatious, right?
That's true. That's true.
There's no reason to rub your wealth, your good fortune in people's faces. Basically, you got your wealth off of YouTube, off of being popular. Okay.
Yeah, but BGS, I'm swole and I pull holes now. What are you talking about?
Now, if you built real estate over like 10, 20 years, okay, you grinded for that money. Basically, if you did it off of YouTube, okay, I'm not knocking your hustle, but thing is that's more popular. That's fortunate. Okay, you found a lane, you exploited it. Like Kevin said, that's fortunate. Okay, you found your lane, you exploited it like you're supposed to. That doesn't mean that you're better than anybody else. You just worked a little harder and got lucky. And nobody talks about that. Okay, there's plenty of guys that are bigger than him, work out harder than him, don't have his money. Tons of them.
Hey BGS, I would love to see you and Pimp God do a stream together. That'd be so exciting.
If Pimp God wants to do a stream with me, because I know he's busy, he's perfectly welcome at any time. I've been knowing Warren for 6 years, so he's one of my biggest fans, and I'm one of his biggest fans. So
yeah, Black Ram has saved my life for real.
I want to do a stream. BGS know who I want to do a stream with.
Who? CTG? No,
I'm
not serious.
I already cut the head off.
Really? You want to do a stream with her?
No. Who you want to do a stream with?
Well, you already know I cut the head off of that dragon years ago. Damn, what's his name? What's his name? The one who trains the strippers.
Oh, Cousin T-Talk.
Yeah, Cousin Tito. I would love to do a stream with him. We'd probably be dying laughing after some of the stories and shit.
I'll send you his email.
I want to do a stream with the colorism queen herself. I want to do.
Why is that whitelist
Wait, let me get this out real quick. I really want to go at it with Chrissy. I mean that shit from the bottom of my heart. I want to catch that chick on a stream and take her head off in front of y'all. I'm dead ass serious about that. I'm dead ass serious. No, not Chris. Chrissy. I want. Nope, and I don't mean this sexually. I want Chrissy so bad, y'all have no idea.
Chrissy is protecting her money, man. You ain't gonna come close to Chrissy. Okay. The only people that actually came close to Chrissy was Sergeant Willie Pete.
Yeah, but she got her start, most of her start from him. That's why.
Yeah.
I would love to debate Nicole Michelle myself. Her in this fake femininity class at some of these chicks.
Oh yeah. Oh, I got. She went after me because I put one video after her, man. She never liked me since. So.
Oh really?
So,
oh man.
Yeah.
Oh, I could have smoked her for you, man. I could have smoked her for you. Next time, let me know.
I evidently I did a good enough job because she did like 4 videos after mine. So.
Hey, BGS, I posted a video of the Cynthia Bang video, the synthetic Bang video that Tyreek posted. And could you show that before we go? That shit is hilarious. I don't know if you might take it down though.
We'll see. We'll see what it is. How long is it?
I put it in. It's like a minute. It's not even.
Oh, talking about that Tyreek did.
Yeah, it's that.
The bang. Okay, I'll show it. It's not that long.
Put that motherfucker on, man. I was dead.
I mean, yeah, he's done it before. But I'll play.
Tyreek a real nigga for that. I ain't gonna lie.
Chrissy's a 4, by the way. Somebody said bring Chrissy from the street.
We've never seen her, so
I don't know how she looks, so I can't tell you. But I'll give her this. I like her voice. Her voice alone, like just the voice. I'm not talking about what's coming out of her mouth, but just the voice. Her voice is nice, but her ideas and her worldview is all type of garbage.
Yeah, she got a little girl's voice.
Who you talking about? Cynthia G? Or are you talking about Chrissy?
Chrissy.
Oh yeah, no, I like Chrissy's voice, but everything that come out of her mouth, is ridiculous.
Who brought this evil head up?
Even.
You said everything that comes. You said everything
that comes. Who brought Cruella DeVille up? God damn it, that's Cruella DeVille.
Well, let me go ahead and play it because Truth wants to hear it. This is.
We need it. It's the anthem, my nigga. Hey, hey, hey. No edges. Hey.
Y'all ain't shit.
Not the bangs.
The bang, nigga, yes sir.
Yo, ain't she the same one that got pregnant by another YouTuber as well?
Yep.
This is true.
You are an African American superhero with that shit.
Why she look like she got surprised look on her face all the time?
Because her eyebrows are arched too high.
Yeah. All right.
Oh my God, you niggas ain't shit.
All right. Here, close it down. All right. Say your goodbyes. All right.
All right,
That's
yo.
a wrap, folks.
This was a good stream. Thanks for having me up. We ended funny. The bayings.
Y'all easily entertained, man.
Look, sometimes you got to entertain your inner 12-year-old. Okay, sometimes it has to happen.
I guess you do. All right. Say goodnight.
Woo! Later, folks.
All right, y'all.
Deuces, BGS. We catch you later, boss.
All right.